All right, we're now on the record. This is the Kentucky Public Service Commission. My name is Michael Schmidt. I'm chairman of the commission. Seated to my right is Commissioner Robert Cicero, and to my left, Dr. Talina Matthews. We're here this morning on case number 2019-00041, investigation into excessive water loss by Kentucky's jurisdictional water utilities. The hearing this morning concerns Farmdale Water District. In this one case are 11 separate water utilities, and they are Morgan County, Kaywood, North Manchester Water Association, Estill County, West Carroll Southern, and Floyd County, Hyde and Leslie, Rattlesnake Ridge, Big Sandy Water District, and Milburn Water District. Two other water districts are also part of this inquiry, but because there are separate cases involving them that were ongoing prior to the institution of this action, they have not been consolidated herein, and they are Kaywood Water District and Martin County Water District. In order to try to conclude this matter in terms of the hearing portion within a reasonable period of time, the commission determined to hold 2 hearings a day. And for today, the Farmdale hearing will begin in this room at 9 a.m. and we'll probably take a 1-hour break at noon if we're not completed, and then we'll reconvene at 1 p.m. If that occurs, Commissioner Cicero will continue to conduct this hearing, and at 1 o'clock, I will begin the hearing on West Carroll Water District in hearing room 2. The proceedings in hearing room 1, this hearing room, are broadcast live over the internet. The hearing in hearing room 2 will not be, because that capability in that room does not exist. But both proceedings will appear on the Public Service Commission's website by at least late this afternoon or early this evening. As the attorneys here know, the video is usually the sole official record. A log is kept for the benefit of counsel and the commission in locating testimony. In this proceeding, the commission has hired a court reporter to report each hearing. The transcript as filed by the court reporter, as well as the video, will constitute the official transcript of record. And when the transcripts are filed, counsel and their clients will have access, obviously, to a copy upon request. I noted that, I guess somewhere in the record, or maybe from staff counsel, the notice to the public that this hearing was taking place had been given and filed in the record. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it has been in this Frankfurt State Journal.
Okay. So, because this is a different proceeding than what we're usually used to, it's more of an investigation. The order of questioning of witnesses will be that staff counsel will question witnesses first, followed by the commissioners, then the Office of the Attorney General, and Mr. Talley, you may then conduct whatever follow-up direct you may want to. You don't feel compelled to, but whatever you think is necessary to perhaps make the record complete or clear up any misunderstanding from previous testimony. At this time, would counsel please, for Farmdale Water District, please identify himself, co-counsel, if any, his client, and witnesses who will be here today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman Cicero, and Commissioner Matthews. I'm Damon Talley from Hodgenville, Kentucky, with Stahl Keenan Ogden firm. Caitlin Brown is an associate in Stahl Keenan's Louisville office, and she's been responsible for a lot of the data requests and responses to those, and some of the exhibits that you'll see later on today. With us today are our general manager, I think you just call him manager, Brian Armstrong, our chairman, Mr. Clifford Tolles, has been there since 1983. Richard Tanner, who's been on the board for, it'll be a year in September. And the new kid on the block, Robert Gardenhire, just appointed July 1. So he's here for moral support.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, counsel for the Office of Attorney General.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. Kent Chandler on behalf of the Kentucky Office of Attorney General.
And for staff,
Brittany Koenig from the Office of General Counsel, and Ariel Miller from Financial Analysis for the Commission.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Talley, I guess how we've been doing this is Ms. Koenig will, I guess, request or identify one of your witnesses who she'd like to question first. And if you would be so kind when they're called to basically do an initial direct to the extent of qualifying them as what they do and more or less what you've just done.
Sure.
That would be appreciated. Okay, thank you. Ms. Koenig, at this time, are you ready to begin?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We'd like to hear from Brian Armstrong, please.
Okay, Mr. Armstrong, would you please come to the stand? Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, sir. Please be seated. Mr. Talley?
Mr. Armstrong, state your name and your business address.
Brian Armstrong, 100 Highwood Drive, Frankfort, Kentucky.
Are you a certified water distribution operator?
Yes, sir. Distribution level
Say that again.
Distribution level 2,
And what's your title with Farmdale?
general manager.
When did you go to work at Farmdale?
I started June 1st, 2018.
So just a little over a year now.
Yes, sir.
And understand you were going to be an understudy to the general manager, and then something happened that he didn't get to stick around very long.
Yes, sir. His wife had a heart transplant. She got a heart, so he kind of got forced into early retirement to take care of her.
And when did he leave then?
September is when he retired.
What's your prior work experience immediately before you started working for Farmdale?
I'm doing construction maintenance right beforehand, but before that I worked for Gatewood Water Service. We took care of Peaks Mill Water District, Elkhorn Water District, and Northeast Woodford Water Districts. There I read meters, tested meters, repaired water lines, service lines, whenever I wasn't reading meters, and so on.
Mr. Chairman, I've got 4 exhibits, 2 of which are already in the record, and I think it would probably help facilitate things. I've already provided copies of these to opposing counsel and to PSC staff. Would it be appropriate now at this time with this witness to introduce these?
It would be, I assume there's no objection?
No objection.
None from that case.
All right, no, that would be fine. Then we can go ahead and mark them and introduce them now so that we don't have to worry about that later.
The first one, Farmdale Exhibit number 1 for identification, is the monthly water loss report for May of 2019. This one is in the record already. I believe it's filed on July 3rd. We'll sit together. The second one, Farmdale Exhibit number 2 for identification, is a graph which Ms. Brown has prepared based upon the monthly water loss reports that have been filed in the record from January of 2018 up through the most current report in May. Farmdale Exhibit number 3 is the annual water loss. It's a graph that, again, Ms. Brown has prepared based upon the PSC annual reports, the information that's in PSC from year 2010 up through 2018. Farmdale Exhibit number 4 is the dollar value of excessive water loss. This has been previously filed in the record in response to PSC's order of July the 1st, which shows exactly how much the dollar value is for water that was not sold in excess of 15%. If you'd like, I can talk to the witness about these, or we can just wait until later, and if they want to, anybody wants to refer to these, they can, it's up to the,
Let me, what would be your preference, Ms. Coney?
I am gonna ask Mr. Armstrong about this, so if you wanna, wait and see if, you wanna clear up anything at the end, then.
fine, okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Your witness.
You may proceed, Ms. Coney.
Thank you. And, Chairman, I also have several exhibits, which I've provided to council, PSC exhibits 1 through 8. And if council has no objection, I'd like to go ahead and enter those, and I'll identify them as I, introduce them to the.
Is the map one of the 8?
Yes,
Okay.
number 8 is the map.
And I want to compliment Brittany for giving us advance notice, and last night she was working late, she sent us all these inspection reports and the exhibits, and hats off to her for giving us a heads up notice, we appreciate that.
Well, yeah, we appreciate staff has done a good job doing that, and you probably ought to thank Mr. Chandler. He asked early on that, if possible, he be given advance notice of the exhibits. So.
Out of risk of drawing the ire of staff council, but I appreciate it as well.
You stuck your neck out there, and you deserve credit for it. Okay. Does the court reporter have copies of your exhibits?
Yes, sir.
All right, so let's, at this time, file into evidence Farmdale Water District's exhibits 1 through 4 for purposes of identification, and PSC staff exhibits 1 through 8.
Yes.
Is that correct? Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Armstrong.
Morning.
Hi. So I would like you to refer, did your council provide your data responses up there for you to reference?
We're speaking notebook here.
Okay.
And the first data responses are beginning 1 through 44, and then the tab at the back are the second ones, towards 1 through 25, I believe.
Okay. So, you said that, to Mr. Talley, that you've been general manager, since June 1st, 2018?
Yes,
Okay. And,
that's whenever I was hired.
right, to understudy
Yes, sir.
the
Yes, ma'am, sorry.
general manager?
Yes.
And he had been there for quite some time
Yes,
at that point? Okay. So that was a good idea to bring you on and to get to know the job before he left. But then you had to take on a solo position in September.
yes,
That's true, okay. And you did prepare these data responses, is that correct, or a lot of them?
yes, I answered the majority of the questions, yes,
Okay, and so you've been there for about a year, is that correct?
yes.
Okay, so you might not know some historical questions that I ask about. And if you know, if Mr. Tolles can answer the question, just let me know. But if you know from your, experience and what you've done in research of your job, then go ahead and please give me your opinion. But if you have any question about my questions, just ask, okay?
Yes.
So first I'm gonna refer you to data response 1 and the question 1. Do you see that?
Yes,
Okay, so, in that response, about your monthly unaccounted for water loss, you provided a little bit of background and a little narrative there at the bottom, which describes a couple of, major leaks that Farmdale found and attributed to a lot of the water loss. Is that correct?
yes.
Okay, could you describe that to me? And then I'm also gonna ask you, please go ahead and describe it, but then I'm gonna ask you to identify those leaks on the map for the commissioners. But you can go ahead and explain, those leaks. I believe it's US Highway 127 was one, and then there was another on South Benson Road, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay,
The one that was, the big leak that they had, I think, fixed in February, that was before my time, but it was.
Excuse me, is that February 2018?
Yes, 2018, I'm sorry, February 2018. That was repaired before I was hired there. And it was a bore across 127. It was a good sized line coming across the, big road there. As it come across there, it kind of turned near a creek. It come to an elbow, and it was near a creek. And the only way that the people found it was the prisoners. They were picking up trash alongside the road. Noticed it, called it in, and that's how they found where the leak was.
And can I stop you for a minute?
Yes.
Do you mind to mark it on the map first so we can know what you're talking about as you
Yes.
describe it? I believe there's a highlighter and a pen up
Yes.
there.
And if you would, use that highlighter to just make an X or a mark on 127, and then use the other pen to write in if you want to, just 127, that's okay?
Yes, may I approach?
Yes, you may.
So I'd like to give you this and then I'll give the commissioners where
I
you
have one here.
Yeah.
Trade.
You go ahead and mark it and I'm gonna let them look at it while you're talking.
Right here was where this.
Is that Highway 127?
Yes. As you see, this is where it crosses the road out here. It's kind of indicated on the map a little bit, but that's where the leak is at there.
So that's the leak.
Yes.
Can you go ahead and mark it on there and then,
Yes.
so that they can know what you're talking about later? And let the record show that I will, put the marked exhibit into the record.
Which exhibit is this, the map?
Number 8, PSC number 8. So this is 127. Can you go ahead and mark South Benson Road so that you
What,
don't have
is
to
that
read it?
Benson one too?
Yes, I'm gonna write Highway 127, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay,
One was right here. South Benson.
okay, and then it might make more sense while you're talking. Thank you.
Yes.
He's got it. Okay, Mr. Armstrong, go ahead and explain. You indicated on the map that it crosses the road and there's a little kink in the road. Is that correct, or an elbow? Is that how you described it?
Yeah, because that is where our, jurisdiction ends, our county line, so, that's where it crosses the road at, I'm sorry. I don't know how to explain it.
No, that's okay. Makes sense. Go ahead. So that's US Highway 127, and then
Yes.
the second, was that the one described in the board minutes as the whale leak, or?
Yes, that was the big leak that lasted for, I'm not for sure how long that leak was occurring beforehand. I think it was a considerable time that before they found it.
Okay. And then there was another leak described on South Benson?
Yes, I had it was a 3-inch main that, where during the time of, we had the bunch of rain, where the ground was saturated, there was natural creeks going through from runoff constantly, and, we couldn't see where a leak was at until it dried up, and a customer let us know that they noticed that there was a leak across the road, so we went and investigated and repaired it.
And it says, the water line was repaired the next day on South Benson. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then, but the whale leak, the one on US, Highway 127, how long did that take to repair?
I was not there. I was not employed at that time.
Okay, my understanding was that it was still discussed in some of the minutes for quite some time, so I didn't know if that overlapped with your,
It was, I think it was repaired in February of 18, and I wasn't there until June of 2018.
okay. Okay, can I refer you to PSC Exhibit, number 6 and PSC Exhibit number 7, please?
Six and
7.
7.
Okay, number 6 is the final order in, PSC case number 2018-249, which is a purchase water adjustment procedure. Do you see that one?
Yes.
And then number 7 is the final order in an alternative rate, filing for Farmdale, and it's case number 2013-485. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Talley provided, your latest water loss report and calculation of, how much the excess water loss is costing Farmdale in Farmdale Exhibits 1 and Farmdale Exhibit 4. Did you prepare that water loss report in Farmdale Exhibit 1?
For this here?
No.
Farmdale Exhibit 1?
It's
Farm
the
Day-
monthly.
Oh, yes. Yes, I
Okay,
did.
so
Yes.
you're calculating the water loss, is that correct?
Yes,
As part of
yes.
your duties as general
Yes.
manager? Okay. And the Farmdale Exhibit 4, describe the excess, as $92,919.26 as the dollar value of the excess water loss. Is that correct? Did you create that calculation?
No.
No, but you provided the data to?
Yes.
Okay, and so if you'll look in, PSC exhibit number 6, it is the purchase water adjustment order. It also has a calculation for how much the unaccounted for water loss, over 15%, the value of that water. And that, look on page 2 at the top. Do you see
Yes.
that amount? Could you read that amount into the record?
The district's unaccounted for water loss to 15% would result in an approximate $137,775.20 decrease to purchase water expenses.
Yes, and so, that is, quite a bit, more than 92,000, but at the time, and on page 1, you can see that the percent of water loss, used was 35.4044%. And it looks like on Farmdale Exhibit 4, the percentage of water loss is 30.17%, so that accounts for the difference. But, so this, order was in 2018 due to a purchase water adjustment, and so at that time, Farmdale was given notice of how much the value, of the water they were losing was. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then, we also look at PSC number 7. This is case number 2013-485. It's the last rate case that Farmdale has had. And, do you understand the difference between the purchase water adjustment and the, alternative rate filing case?
Not exactly.
Okay, so Farmdale, in your responses, to, staff's data request, you answered that, the last rate case that you had was 2018, 249, which was a purchase water adjustment, and it did result in an increase in rates. But during a purchase water adjustment, it's a pass-through. Does that make sense? For however much you've had to, increase, if who you're buying the water from increase their rates, then you come to the PSC and show proof of that to validate increasing your rates. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, and then, so during a purchase water adjustment, staff doesn't come in and look at all of your records and your financials and the overall business health of the water district. And so then the rate case in 2013 was the last time that staff, came in and looked at your financial records and the whole business health of, your district. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, and so, does Farmdale, do an annual accounting of their overall business health and looking at if their rates are covering the costs of the district?
I think that would, I guess that would be on our accountant. I don't
Okay,
I don't do
so
that.
do you ever do a cost benefit analysis with these numbers, the cost of the water loss, like that it's costing you $92,000 or $93,000 in water loss that you're losing, or $130,000?
During our monthly meeting, our commissioner brings up the, you know, the money value of that pretty much each month, whatever our loss is, and.
Okay, so as far as like a rate case, that's not your decision, that would be
Right.
the board's, okay?
Yes.
Okay, so, but do you ever express an opinion as to, if you're having enough money to execute your part of the budget?
I express my opinion on what we need to do to fix things. I mean, I leave that to, that's kinda, I don't know. I don't
Okay,
know about
so do you ever, I mean, as far as your plans to address water loss and equipment to buy,
Yeah.
and pricing that equipment or pricing the labor to affect a plan to prevent water loss, do you include prices for that to the board?
I do not personally,
Okay.
no.
Do you ever provide plans like that to the board?
Yes, plans
Okay.
of, what needs to be done to, yes, what we could do to upgrade and stuff like that, yes, I have mentioned that to the board whenever I see fit, you know, what I need, I tell them, and they usually try to provide it for me as quick as we can.
Okay. So, but, I guess is the excess water loss and the cost of that, I saw in the board minutes that water loss in general is discussed, at the board meetings, but, is it discussed in terms of how much money you're losing versus the avenues that you would go to address the water loss? Like, you know, you, express as one of your major, I can refer you to the data request later on, and I've got a question about it, but one of your major obstacles is you only have 2 employees, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, but then I saw that, that you did just hire a new employee, Jamie, or?
yes, yes.
Okay, what,
And we've hired him in, I've been trying to train him and still, you know, do my daily stuff, and, that he's doing good so far. He still has a lot to learn. He's more of a,
does that make 3 employees
No.
then, or? No,
Just 2.
so you still just have 2?
yes,
And so it's just you and Jamie, or?
yes. Yes, we had one before and it didn't quite work out, and we had to find someone else.
Okay, so Jamie is in the field.
Excuse me?
Is Jamie the new employee in the
Yes,
field?
Jamie is the new employee, yes.
So is there anyone in the office, or
No, I do both,
you do the office?
and maintenance. Yes, I do majority of it all.
Okay, so
The whole company just has 2 employees?
No, we have office staff
Oh.
that does billing and, you know.
okay, I'm sorry, that,
So,
I need to clarify that then.
Sorry, for the maintenance staff, there's only 2. For in the office staff, we have 2 people and a part-time for lady to come in and help for when it's billing time and stuff like that.
Okay, but there's only 2 maintenance?
Yes.
And field
Yes,
employees?
yes,
Okay. And your job is general manager, or Mr. Talley clarified that it's manager. Is that, can you explain that? Are you a general manager? Are you over the office staff and the field employees, or are you just
yeah.
over the field employees?
I'm general manager, but I mean, I have an office manager that I kind of leave that to her because I'm busy. I mean, I have a lot of work to do, and just in my everyday task. So I leave that part of the billing, the office part to her, that she knows. She's been there for years, and she's, you know, understands what's going on there way better than I do. I'm still learning a lot of that part, of the office part of it. I come from maintenance, just, you know, being a ditch digger to move, you know, slowly moving up, and now I have to learn the office part of it too, still a little bit. It just, David left early, and that's kind of where I'm at.
I understand, and I understand it's a process, but a lot of things I'll ask you today, I mean, it's one day to ask you about it, so I don't expect it to all be done in one day, and you might be working on something, but I'm gonna ask you about it anyway. Okay, so let's see, so as far as the last rate case was the start of the district in 1961, before the 2013 rate case. And should I ask Mr. Tolles about that?
I have no clue, but yes.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, I know that you did fill out the, data request though, and, you, discussed the primary obstacles in staff's second request, item 3. So it should be the smaller group of questions.
Be back in the back after that says table of contents. Question 3.
Yes, question 3, sorry. Are you there?
Provide the list of the top 3 obstacles, is that the one?
Yes.
Yes.
Uh-huh, did you fill out this?
Yes.
Okay, so can you discuss it? You said the number of employees, the need for more employees, and that, we just kind of touched on that. Can you say more to that? Have you discussed this with the board and maybe
Yes.
plans to?
Yeah,
Okay.
we're trying to seek employment right now. With the water loss kind of dropping right now, and we're trying to purchase more equipment too, that maybe be more efficient for me to fix these items. But right now, we have not hired anyone. It's kind of difficult in the market to get some people that are qualified. And you don't want to get any Joe off the street. It's kind of makes it more difficult for me, having to train someone and run my job at the same time. So it's kind of hard for us to find someone that has some experience right now, but we're looking. It's,
Okay, do you have a,
Do you drug test
Yes.
applicants?
yes.
Has that been a cause of problems sometimes?
Not too often, but I mean, that is, that is part of it.
but you tried to hire somebody and?
We've tried to hire, and Jamie applied. He seemed, qualified enough in some of the fields that I needed him for. Was, more of the technical part of it, getting the website stuff. He's gonna be doing that for us, our Facebook page and our office page that we have, our home website that we have. And he'll be taking care of that, plus a lot of the meter stuff. Once he's getting trained fully, he'll be, he'll have a lot more responsibilities. But
Okay.
it's, right now, he's kind of not trained enough to take on more responsibility.
Okay, and in general, in your job description and your search and plans for search, have you discussed with the board, like, a policy for, retention and replacement of future employees due to retirement, and, things to put in place for
Well,
trying
they-
to account for your, the difficulty you're having in finding the workforce
No,
that you
I
need?
haven't. I haven't talked anything about retirement to them of other employees or anything. No, I haven't talked about that.
Or your situation with not being able to train because you're the only one there, as far as how you would approach that?
I mean, yeah, that's, I mean, I train him. I mean, it's just that he's not, I don't know if I can't let him go out and do things on his own just yet, because I don't, I guess that's on me. I need to let,
I don't think so. I think it makes sense, exactly what you're saying, logically, that makes perfect sense. But it's just the fact that you only have 2 people, and so it's a problem with having enough employees, correct? And then that would be a board problem, because you need money to hire an employee, correct? And then that would mean that your rates aren't maybe covering all your expenses, and then that would be why you would come to the PSC. And so that's kind of how it would
Gotcha.
progress, and so it makes sense exactly what you're saying, and I'm not placing any blame with how you're training him. It's just, there's a few fundamental issues there that need to be addressed. Would you think?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question. Mr. Armstrong, I mean, with just two field employees, including you, who's the general manager, I mean, if you were, you know, you're entitled to a vacation, you took a week off or something, and were out of town, and.
What is that word?
Yeah, and Jamie got sick.
Well, it's a fictional word.
If
isn't it?
you're gone or he's gone and someone else gets ill, or both of you get the flu at the same time, and then you had a problem, I mean, how would that be solved?
I mean, if it was some, I'm sure that we could probably get a hold of David and possibly, if I ever came to ill for a long time, I say that would probably be arranged, but, I mean, I'm there every day. I mean.
Well, I know, but there
Yeah.
could be things, well, you could have a car accident.
True.
Somehow you could break a leg,
True.
God forbid. But all I'm saying is, with only two people, if something happens that you're gone, right? Maybe you have to leave, or he does, and you get sick, or you had a problem, or needed a day off and just were gone. And then you have a line break, or some other problem that needs immediate attention. There's no one in-house to address the problem. Is that correct?
Besides me.
Okay, well, I know, but
Yes.
you're gone.
Yes,
Under
sir.
my
Yes, sir.
hypothetical,
Yes.
you're not there.
Yes.
You're gone, right?
Yes.
You're in Florida, okay, and the other person gets sick, or has a car wreck, or something happened that he's not there. There's nobody in-house who is available to address the problem or try to fix it or do something to mitigate it until you or Jamie get back, correct? Now, at this time, does Farmdale, does your water district, have any kind of understanding, formal or informal, with, say, Frankfurt Plant Board or any other adjoining water district to come in and give you a hand if you had some kind of emergency?
I have people that I have friends that if I called them, they would come help me if I really needed it, yes. My stepfather has been on the plant board for the water district for 25 years. So that's kind of how I got into the water business myself.
Well, I was just thinking, you know, sometimes water, not enough probably, but water districts or municipal water utilities may have an operating agreement or some kind of something in place to where if one has a problem or has a piece of equipment, the other may be able, under certain circumstances, to use it or borrow employees.
I
just
don't know of
wonder
any
if
agreement. I don't know.
You
of
don't,
any-
probably don't have, well, if you had a formal understanding or operating procedure like that, you know about it, I assume.
Excuse me?
Well, I assume you don't have, the Farmdale Water District, not you, and nobody's blaming you, Farmdale Water District does not have any kind of a formal understanding or operating agreement or procedure with any other water district or utility to come in case of a problem and kind of give you some help or let your people.
I have BP Pipeline that is a contracting company that comes in, like, we call them, they're there, if not an hour, 3 hours, they're there the next day. And that is a contracting crew that we've used a few times for emergencies, you know, of like that.
But you're there.
Yes.
When they call, I mean, a contractor comes in,
The
the
answer for
contractor
that is
doesn't have the
no,
authority to
not
do
that I
whatever
know
he
of.
wants to do.
Right.
He has to have supervision, correct?
Yes, and that would go, if that would happen, I guess that would go to Clifford to supervise that if I wasn't there.
All right. All right, all I'm saying is that with just a few people, you're at risk of an emergency happening for which there's no coverage. That's all.
I mean, I don't know.
Okay. All right. Ms. Collins?
Okay. So I'd like to refer you to, PSC exhibits, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And we'll walk through them. As soon as you get them, I'll ask you to identify what these are.
1, 2, 4, and 5.
1 through 5. 1, 2,
One through
3,
five.
4, and 5. And do you see that these are inspection reports from the Public Service Commission?
Yes.
Have you seen these inspection reports before?
Maybe not this one, but I have seen inspection reports before, yes.
Have you been able to be involved in an inspection since you've been the manager? Okay, and so I note that PSC number 5 is the latest inspection that we had in, and it's marked as June 4th, 2018. And would that be around about this time that you were hired,
That
or?
would have been June 4th would have been my third day. I was hired on the 1st of
Okay.
June that year.
Okay, all right, I understand.
Excuse me, if I could, it's really hard for the court reporter. I know you're anxious to answer the questions and you're doing a fine job, but please let her finish.
Yes, sir.
And then you
Yes, sir.
answer if you can.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
It's okay, I have a hard time doing that as well, so.
Me too.
Okay, so, but let's see, so, were you there when, Ms. Dawn just came for that inspection, or do you remember that?
No, I don't remember.
No.
I don't
Okay.
remember her.
Well, but you said you have seen inspection reports?
Yes.
And were you aware or made aware of the deficiencies of, Farmdale District when you became general manager and as part of your on-the-job training?
Whenever I became general manager, our main thing was we had a list of bad fire hydrants. And whenever I first come in, and that was kind of my first priority as I come in as general manager, was to replace some of these faulty fire hydrants. We were doing that until I had a high water loss, and then I kind of put a stop to that, and I've been trying to find leaks and fix leaks ever since.
Okay, and I noticed that in your response on the fire hydrants, so there were a lot of fire hydrants that you replaced, 27 or so?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
so that's a lot of fire hydrants. But are you saying, there really wasn't guidance as far as how to prioritize projects?
Yes.
It was just,
Yeah.
okay. Well, I'd like to point out though, that, let's see, PSC exhibit number 1 is a March 30th, 2016 inspection. And, on the second page of that report, I'm sorry, let me just go back and say on the first page, it does list your workforce as 2 office employees and 2 distribution officers at that time as well. And that's as many employees as you still have, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then on the second page there, the inspector has written findings and additional inspector comments.
Yes.
Okay. And it says utility didn't have written inspection records. It doesn't have pressure charts. And it has not submitted quarterly meter reports. And that's in violation of the regulations, and they're cited there for each deficiency. It does go on below to talk about water loss at that time, which was above 15%. And do you see what the water loss was?
Is this the 41.7?
Yes, for 2015.
Yes.
Okay, and then it goes on to talk about a construction project, and the replacement of asbestos concrete pipes. And I noted that in your 3 obstacles to water loss, you refer to the asbestos concrete pipes.
Yes.
And then also note later in the data request that you did buy, one of your major purchases was an asbestos concrete pipe cutter.
Yes.
And so, can you describe the difficulty that you've had with those types of pipes and how that's attributed to water loss?
It's just a older type of water system that they used a long time ago. And it's kind of fragile. Truthfully, it can be broken with pressure. You know, someone driving over it can smash it with, you know, it's just a fragile, older style of pipe. And I think it would help us out tremendously if we got rid of all of it. And that's, we are in the process of having, a project going in effect here whenever, I guess, the money is from the engineer goes through, when he gets the, I don't know, that's some part of the stuff I'm still learning, that part of it there. But, that, we have a project to replace line, 5.5 miles or something like that of line, if I remember correctly, of, some older lines. And that's in the works right now for that project to get started here.
Do you know what engineering company that is? Or-
HMB, Hayward, Meyer and Bowen.
Okay. Well, I'd also like to just, while we're on the obstacles to the water loss, you also mentioned that the Department of Soil Conservation covered lines in concrete, next to creeks.
Yeah, I have, Nineveh Road has a 3-inch line that, and it's going through a valley of, hills, running through a valley to feed the customers that live in this valley. It kind of bounces along from kind of one side of the road to the other as it makes the curves down through the valley. So it gets close to the creeks, some places, and, the county road department or the state has tried to keep the creek from eroding the road out, so they put in the big rock baskets and then they poured concrete over top of that. So I have to do more investigating in that area. I've already started there with my valve list device. I've turned the valve down really low, put a listener on it, and it's not filling up. So I've already know that I've got something in there. I just got to be able to go about finding out exactly where it's at. I can't see it. I don't, it's not coming up to the ground. I don't, so I've got to be able to locate it, and that's a mile, maybe more pipe
Okay.
that goes through that
Like a
area.
mile that has a potential leak.
Yes.
You need to find.
Yes, sir, and I'm actively pursuing that, and daily stuff too. So, that's where my main look is right now, is in that area, to try to see what I can come up with, what I can fix, what I can find in that area. I think I have a loss in that area.
Do you know when that was done, when the concrete was put on?
It was before I started there. The
Right.
work was done before I started in June, so I have no clue when they did that. I'd have to contact the county road department, I guess.
I was gonna say that, could you contact the?
Yes, I'll probably get it, whenever, and find out whenever it was done, yes.
And just see, what their plans were submitted to, at the time, and whether they knew they were putting them over water lines, and.
Right.
And what that cost is to you, and at least prevent it from happening.
Right.
Maybe in the future.
But-
Okay, so PSD exhibit number 2, is Farmdale Water District's response to the inspection. And, it looks like it was done by your, the former manager, Mr. Robinson. And the highlighted portions of that letter, do you see, it says, going to be GPS locating valves, and using Kentucky Rural Water Association for that. And, then also, addresses the, pressure situation with, new meters. And then it also says that the Farmdale will submit quarterly meter reports as required. And let me go ahead and just ask, there's a violation in PSC exhibit number 3 of no quarterly meter reports. And then there's a response in PSC number 4 that says you will do quarterly meter reports as required by regulation. And then in PSC exhibit number 5, there's another violation because they still didn't do quarterly meter reports. And I understand this is all before you came, but I did see in the minutes that this was discussed at board meetings, and partly, what they said was that Mr. Robinson provided a quarterly meter report at the June 4th, 2018 inspection. But do you realize that there have been no quarterly meter reports filed since all of these inspections and still haven't, and I just wonder, do you know what a quarterly meter report is?
Yes.
Okay, and that there is a requirement by regulation that those are filed?
There, our meters were put in, I think in 2012, and I think it was a 10-year inspection. They have to be inspected every 10 years, so that, I think that is why hasn't been any quarterly inspections done, because it's not time for them to be inspected. That's the way I was told.
Okay, I think that you still have to submit the report to,
I was not aware of that.
okay.
Okay,
So,
sorry.
but I did see that in your response, that you have, all your meters are, under the 10-year mark, so that's good, new meters, right?
Yes.
Okay,
You haven't had, there hasn't been an inspection made since you've been general manager, correct?
Except for the June 4th, 2018, and I just got hired June 1st, so that is done.
And you were still under, Mr. Robinson was then
Yes, sir.
tutoring you for.
Yes, sir.
So you,
Yes, sir.
whatever responsibility there is for acting or not acting on that's not yours as far as I'm concerned. But I just wonder, apparently, these inspection reports go to the board, right, and are discussed.
Yes.
I don't know if your board members know that they're subject to a $2,500 civil penalty for knowingly failing to abide by PSC regulations, but we'll ask the chairman about that when he comes up here. Thank you. Go ahead.
yeah, and I totally understand that that wasn't you, but, it is something that we do need to address, and, so, okay. So in, let me see here. I'm gonna ask you about your Blue Max lines, and something that you noted were PE something lines. Hang on a second, I'll find the reference for you. Okay, it's data request 2, questions 7 and 8.
Is this the, Excel spreadsheet?
No,
That's correct.
oh, is it? Okay, I'm not referring to the Excel spreadsheet, I'm just referring to your answers to, that are there. A, B, A says the attachment, but I'm referring to the rest of it, B and C. And you describe that you have approximately 50 to 60% of your service connection lines were made with Blue Max tubing. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and it says the average age of the Blue Max service connection lines are, the age is 40 years.
Yes.
And you're talking about the average age of your lines that are in the ground, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, do you know what the useful life is of Blue Max tubing?
No, not right offhand.
Okay, and have you had trouble specifically with the Blue Max tubing?
I have personally some of the service lines that I've repaired or brittle, and they just kind of break. So I have to go back all the way to the court, the shut off at the main, replace the whole service line, just get rid of it. Whenever I do find it, that's all I can do, because it's hard to fix. You squeeze on it and it breaks. But me personally, I haven't found a lot of it, but I have ran into it a few times.
But you think half the service lines are made out of this, is that true?
That, yes, to my best guess, I don't know.
Okay, and then the other half is made out of PE tubing.
Yes,
What is that?
the it's a black poly pipe, the polyethylene.
Okay, and then and that's what you're replacing the Blue Max with?
Yes,
Okay, and it says approximately 18 years old, and do you know what the useful life is on that?
30 years. quite for sure exact, life of that pipe right offhand.
Okay. So I mentioned, one of the inspections reports talks about, you're dealing with Kentucky Rural Water Association, and then in staff's second request, item 9, it states that you plan to propose request for services from Kentucky Rural Water Association at the next board meeting when this was prepared. Did that meeting happen, and was that request made?
I did not make the request. Did not do that. No, that was on me. I haven't called the board yet. I mean, Kentucky Rural Water yet. I've been just busy. And that was on me. I have not contacted them yet.
That's okay. Okay, and so what kind of training have you had?
On the job training, I worked through Gatewood Water Service, taking care of the other 3 mentioned water districts, for 5 years. I've done plumbing maintenance since 2004. Just doing maintenance and different, things along with plumbing, housing, repair, different things like that, since 2004.
Okay, and is that, you said you worked at some water utilities?
Yes, 5 years, 2006 to 2011.
Okay.
I worked for Gatewood Water Service. We took care of Peaks Mill Water District, Northeast Woodford County, and Elkhorn Water District.
Okay, and your responsibilities there, did they involve any leak detection or leak prevention?
Just repair and meter testing and meter reading. I was a meter reader at that time, and then whenever I was done reading meters for that month, I had to read them manually at that time, and I went and did maintenance and did my meter repairs, different jobs of that nature for the little time that I had for in between meter reading. That was my job.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Did Gatewood provide managerial services for these water districts? Or exactly what did they do?
He was their, I guess he would be called a contractor, I guess, to take care of do the maintenance for those 3 water districts.
Okay,
Yes.
but didn't wasn't in charge of billing and running, didn't employ everybody in the district?
No, he just employed the maintenance.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
All right.
yes.
Thank you.
So let me interrupt since
Sure.
it's already been an interruption. So as far as your training goes, I don't think anybody would dispute that you have a lot of maintenance type experience, but you've been appointed to be the general manager, and the office people report to you, and so therefore either Ms. Koenig or myself are going to start asking you questions about the office side of it and the administrative functions. Have you had any training for any type of business? So you've been just kind of thrown to the wolves here in terms of responsibilities of the office administration and what reports or what responsibilities you have to the board for that portion of your responsibility.
Yeah, I was going through training until the heart transplant of David's wife, and then that kind of, yes, threw me to the wolves, as you said.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Can I refer you to, data request 1, question 3?
That in my contents book here, is that what you're?
Yes, the big book, it's the front part,
Number
question.
1, you said?
Three.
Question 3
Oh,
of the
sorry.
first set.
Sorry. The water loss prevention?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you know who created this policy? It says, or first of all, let me say here that it says that your Farmdale's water loss prevention and leak detection plan And it says it's part of Farmdale's distribution system operation and maintenance manual. So you do have you answered yes to, that you have a water loss detection plan. And, do you know who created this policy?
No, this was in the, operating file that was there for, you know, what I'm supposed to do. There is a operating manual, I guess, that,
Okay.
what you would call it.
Well,
That's where we got this from.
okay, that's really good. Is that followed?
Yes.
I mean, so that's what you used when you started to kind of guide you
Yes.
for what you do? Okay. But you don't know if Mr. Robinson created this or?
No, I don't know where it come from. I was assuming that it may have come from the Royal Kentucky or PSC or some guideline that y'all had.
Okay. It talks about, assembling a leak detection team. Is that the two of you?
Yes.
Okay.
You gotta have more than one person to have a team.
That's right, two makes a team.
No I in team.
Yeah. Okay, so, referring to question 6 in the same set of data requests. It says that Farmdale does not have a long-range capital improvement plan, but that, and I guess in the next one that it says, in 7, that it says HMB Professional Engineers is helping. Do you discuss your policies and your capital improvement plans? Are you part of those discussions with the HMB?
Just upgrades. I mean, I tell them what I think needs to be done, and then that I present it to them, and
To the board or to
yes,
the
to the board.
engineers?
To the board. I don't really talk to the engineers too often. I haven't met them and talked to them in the boards, but that's, you know, that's,
Okay,
I'm not there yet. I'm still learning a lot.
okay, I understand. On, then just going to the next question there, number 8, it says, that you have a preventative maintenance schedule, or a preventative maintenance program, I believe is the title of that. And, question 8, or response 8,
Yes.
you provided preventative maintenance program. Do you know who created this? Okay,
It's
but is this,
out of the same operating, manual that's there at the office.
okay, and, so as part of this, do you have schedules, for maintenance and what you, repair or test or check? Do you have schedules to comply with like your annual inspections and things like that?
Can you elaborate? Excuse me?
You have requirements, well, okay, so I know you haven't been through an inspection, but when you came on the job, Mr. Robinson started talking to you about what you needed to do. Were you ever, I mean, what kind of training would explain to you, like, the regulations for what's required as far as annual inspections and things like that? Did you go through any training with Kentucky Rural Water, or do you have training as your certified operator?
Yeah, yes, I went to, my certified training, and that is the training that I got there for that, yes.
Okay, do you have like continuing education for that, where you stay for your license? I don't know.
Yeah, I have to go to get hours, 12 hours, every 2 years for my continuing education for my license, for my
Okay.
certification, I mean.
Okay,
So that, I do have to go to class, or my license will be invalid.
okay.
Does that provide any type of training as far as regulation goes, whether it's from the Public Service Commission or the EEC's Department of Water, or is there any type of government training for regulations that makes you aware of what's, I think that's part of her question, of what's required for you to do as part of your job?
I mean, I go by this what I was pretty much told to do whenever I was come here, to go by these guidelines that are in this operating manual, and you have to do certain things daily, and monthly, and that's.
Which
yes.
is good.
Yes.
The only problem is that regulations change over periods of time.
Yes, sir.
Which, I'm not faulting your manual or anything, I'm just saying, I'm wondering, and I think staff is wondering, if there's any way that you are updated on what those changes might be through some kind of a training program as you go along that says, this regulation changed and I'm now, like, one of the ones that we've changed recently is how often meters have to be read in certain situations. But do you receive any kind of a training that allows you to be
Just-
updated on changes in regulations?
Not that I'm aware of, just my continuing education.
Let me ask you this, the Kentucky Rural Water Association has sort of a management training courses, and I guess the first group, you can complete it over a period of 2 years, and the total cost is not a lot, $650, $700, but it has management training courses, and you get a little of what the law requires about depreciation, you know, a little elementary accounting is that you would need,
Yes, sir.
you know, in knowing something, getting up to speed on the office staff.
Yes, sir.
If your board, if the commissioners were willing to expend that so that you could have that training, would you be willing to go?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Okay. And if I'm correct, I was trying to find I can ask the board about it, but there's no money set aside for training, but if you needed training, would you go to the board and ask for that and
Yes.
things like
And
that? Okay.
Yes, they would provide it. Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna direct you to the response for question 30 in DR1, and it's the management goals. Did you create the response to DR30? And I can wait until you get there and look at it. It says 5 management goals.
Yes.
Okay, so they're pretty detailed. Can you kind of walk us through and how you prioritize these and?
Reducing the number of meters, manually read. I read these meters, radio read them, and they, sorry.
Are you, excuse me, sir, are you on call right now?
Yes.
I wondered, okay. Okay,
If you got a real problem, we can take a break. if you
I
need
mean,
to.
it's,
If you
they're
need to do
calling
that.
me now, I don't know what this number is, but,
You
sorry.
find out somebody's hit a meter and.
That's what I'm afraid of, is
Fire.
I have
We
to
can do
answer
something.
every call, but this doesn't look, telemarketer number is hard, looks like a telemarketer number, but, sorry, guys.
We all get those, unfortunately.
Yes.
Yeah, the chairman's student loans have been,
I haven't had a student loan in
Yeah, I understand.
55 years or so.
I understand.
I get a call about once a week.
But yeah, sorry about that. What were we talking about?
so you were just gonna walk me through the 5 critical projects. And you said you did develop these responses, and they're pretty detailed, so I'd just like you to walk us through it and describe how you prioritize these and.
For this one, whenever I read the meters each month, I'll get some that don't read. It's it's the weather, water, different variables could be.
Okay, and let me just stop you. So you have all radio read meters,
Yes, yes,
but sometimes they don't work.
yes, yes,
And then you have to go out
And
and manually
manually.
read the ones that don't work.
yes.
And that's
manually.
what this number 1,
Yes, and that is to me going and either changing the wire or changing the meter if it is a bad meter, changing the radio receiver to it, just for troubleshooting the problem. And I can change that considerably. I have had there at one point I was up to 130 meters each month that weren't reading properly, and I've reduced that down below 100 now, and that's taken a lot of time out, giving me more time to pursue other things, not having to go back and manually read these or send someone
okay.
to manually read these.
And also, I mean, as far as accuracy goes, has that affected water loss as far as
Possibly, I'm sure it has. There has been some meters that were faulty and, you know, that weren't working properly, and I'll change them out, and, you know, and I'm sure that has went to some of the water loss, because it might have not been, getting paid for the water that was used, probably wasn't getting calculated properly.
Okay, and you said that, okay, let's go ahead and, go on to the next one is installing backflow preventers.
Yes, on some of these older, setters that have been in here since the sixties and seventies, some of them are still original setters, and they don't have, some of them don't have backflow preventers on them, and that's, I need to go in and change some of them out that, you know, that are, need to be done. So some of them need to be done, and that takes the time and, you know, availability.
What's the purpose of a backflow preventer?
It would be to keep from contaminants from the, person's home, from, if we ever had a break and had to shut the main down, if their house is up higher, or cattle waterer, or anything is up higher than my water main, and if I shut the main off, all of that's gonna flow back through their meter into my main, and it could cause a contamination, and that's,
So it's more of a water quality.
yes,
Okay.
yes, I guess that would be water quality thing there,
Well, that's important.
yes.
Okay, and then next one is, meter vault repairs.
Yes, and as I was saying, they are dated, these meter vaults, some of them are, seem to be made of paper. And cardboard, I don't know, seriously, some of them are literally like cardboard. Then they crumble, and it's hard to get into, you know, and that causes the meters not to read properly with the mud that gets in, so, and that's, you know, part of I need to replace some of these meter pits, but that's also finding the time and the hours to be able to do to do that, and repairs,
And how much would that equipment cost, or how much, the materials, I'm sorry, do you have the parts and the
yes, I have the
pieces to
supplies,
fix it?
yes, I have, it would be the fact of digging the old meter out, digging it up and putting a new pit in, and then repairing it back.
So labor is the.
Yes, labor, and then the new meter pit, but like I say, it's mainly just that it's covered up and they don't read, and then when the customer, you know, has a leak and I'll go turn it off, I've gotta dig it up sometimes, dig the mud off to get to the valve, causing more, time before I can get it shut off, type
Okay.
of deal.
Okay, and then it says Edgewood subdivision is a focus for all the lines in Edgewood subdivision. Can you, locate that on your map and tell us where that is, or if you went?
Yeah, if you see the Cardwell Lane tank, do y'all see that on the map there?
Yes,
If you're looking at it, it would be that, it looks like a 6 to the right of it, if you're looking straight at it, that little road area there, if you can see that on the subdivision.
yes.
I'm sorry, I'm not describing it very well, but
No, I
that
think
is
it
the
looks like a
Edgewood
6.
subdivision.
Commissioners, are you, you can look it up, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's
Okay.
fine.
Do y'all see?
I
Okay.
I think they got it.
think we got it.
So, but that says that all the lines in the Edgewood subdivision, are giving you problems, and says they're thin-walled pipe. Is that Blue Max? Or,
It is an older, there's a 2-inch line that I've had to repair a couple of times, and at that time, but here recently, I have not had too many problems out of that neighborhood since I've repaired it. I think I had a couple of little small service leaks, and a main leak on there.
okay, and then the final one says replace all AC pipe, the asbestos concrete pipe. And you don't know how much AC pipe that you have?
Not currently. It's, I think it's just I don't know exact. It is quite a few miles of still existing. I think that was the original line that was put in.
All right, and let me just refer you back to the 2016 inspection report. Said there are no records kept as far as like meters and lines and things that they got a violation for the records that they kept. So is that why you don't know where these pipes are and what, I mean, what kind of records are you working with to know where the pipe and what kind of
It's
pipe
just
is
that lack
where?
of inexperience with the system is why I really don't know the type of line and where it's exactly running at. I'm still learning my system at the same time of where, by being able to go look at this map and then go to that site and be able to, you know, put.
Do you have accurate maps and things there? It's just a matter of time that you haven't been able to prepare for, or, you
Yeah,
know,
I mean,
what?
my apps, they're pretty accurate to an extent, you know. I mean, it gives me a general area and then I have to go and manually dig and spot to find the line. But I
Well-
mean, that's,
Okay, and it says that you are zoned.
yes.
Okay, so there are zone maps.
Yes, we have isolation meters that kind of give us an idea of where the water is going to. We have meters that, you know, this Mills Lane meter tells it, you know, tells
Okay.
us how much is going out in this area. We've isolated it to 5 different sections, our system to 5 different sections, and that kind of helps us out determine where the water is going.
Okay, so, it sounds like that you have some parts of the puzzle and some programs and policies, but do you think that you have enough personnel to adequately focus on leak detection at this time?
Not at this current time, no.
Okay, and, in staff's second request, item 10, you talked about hiring an additional employee to focus on leak detection. And you described that you'd changed your mind after looking at the cost analysis.
Yes, not really changed our mind, we just gotta look at it more.
This is the second request, it's in the back.
Oh,
Back
second.
section.
Back, number 10.
Number 10 in the back.
Yeah, I'm sorry to jump around, but second request, number 10. And it discusses the cost of the water loss and, water sales and comparing the numbers. So it looks like were you preparing this response?
This one here. Yes, I said, I don't remember quite right offhand. but
That's
yes.
that's okay, but, I mean, it looks like you are starting to look at the numbers, or that you were at this time comparing that, and we discussed that earlier, just the amount that it's costing the district in water loss versus, you know, what you could afford to do to stop that, just doing that analysis. Okay, so, Farmdale, does not have a theft policy.
Not that I'm aware of, not that I'm aware of, no.
Well, there's no theft policy in your tariff, but, it said you had no written policy. But you responded that when theft of service occurs, the meter is simply removed and the customer must come into the office. And I'm sorry, this is, second request, number 22. Sorry, if you wanna look at it. But it says that you do have a way to respond. It says, the customer must come into the office and pay the delinquent amount and pay an additional $60 to reconnect.
Yes.
So,
Yes, that, I have had, customers that haven't paid and I'll go shut them off and I'll come back and it's on. So once that happens, I pull the meter. You know, so, cause some of the, I lock off some, I usually lock them off, but sometimes I run out of locks and I don't have enough, you know, gonna get more. But, and class, because some of them don't have I don't know if y'all are familiar with setters, but some of them have little locking apparatuses you can just put a lock to. Some of them don't, and I have to buy a class to put around it and put a lock on. And I've had quite a few shut-offs in month, you know, during 1 month, and sometimes I don't have enough class. You know, I need to purchase more, but
Got
that,
some amateur plumbers out there.
yes, Yeah, and that's, and that's part of it, and I'll go back and check it, you know, and it's on, and they've been using it. As soon as I find that out, I pull the meter, and then they don't get any water,
Okay,
you know,
and so,
till they pay.
Do you, in terms of theft or where you detect that people are getting water because they bypass the meter or something, I mean, how frequent is that?
Not very often. No, I mean, like, usually, like I say, whenever I shut them off for non-payment, it's usually that day or the following day that I have to turn them back on because they'll come and pay. But like I say, sometimes it's like right now, I have a meter out that a guy hasn't paid, and, he did it to me twice. So I pulled his meter, and he still hasn't come in and paid, and he's not gonna get his meter back, and he's not getting any water until he pays for what he used. And that pretty much whenever I shut them off, I write down the number, the last number on that meter, so that I know if they come and turn it back on, by the next time I go to turn it on, you know, if those numbers are different there's something, you know, going down, there's something, maybe if to turn it on, or I've got another issue I need to look at, you know, but that's my procedure is to go, whenever I get a order to turn them off for non-payment, I go write down the reading and shut them off, and then go and wait for them to call back to get it turned back on. And if they don't, then that's, like I say, I'll go check on the meter, make sure they haven't turned it back on.
If it's a question of just theft, where somebody's bypassing the meter or whatever, how do you find that? How do you find, I can understand if someone is billed and then they don't pay the bill.
Yes.
And it may not be a problem that you have, because none of your meters are manually read.
Right.
Except when something's broken and.
Yes, sir.
And all that, but in a lot of districts where they are, I mean, there are people that get a lot of water, they just don't have a meter at all.
Yeah.
And there doesn't seem to be a lot of people looking for those either.
Yeah, well, that's,
Like,
no, it's like
That's
a,
an easy one.
yeah,
that's a few miles east of here.
I got you, I understand now.
Not in this county.
okay, so it does sound like that you have a policy or procedure in addressing this, but
Gotcha.
do you see the value in writing that down and having it as part of your operations manual?
Yes, I do.
And then also to give notice to the customers as far as how they're, excuse me, sorry, how their bill is handled, like the delinquent bill, how that's calculated, and the fee. It sounds like you're keeping track of that, but to give notice on how that would be calculated, or,
That's, I leave that part to our billing. That's they give out, you pay by the 10th, you have, your bill is due by the 10th, and then, we send out red notices, you know, that's, I don't.
but you're gonna be in charge of that, right, as general manager of,
Yeah, yes, and I leave that up to my office manager, truthfully, to take care of the delinquency notifications and billing notifications. That is left up to the office manager, yes.
okay.
How much
And-
experience does the office manager have?
30?
So, who is
That
that?
is all, that's about as much as you can ask for.
Yeah, Jan Sanders,
And so does she run, does she,
the billing and
run the
the
thing?
office, yes.
okay. And there's only 2 office employees, right? So she,
Yes, her and another full-time employee, and they have a part-time lady that comes in to help during the 10th of the month and shut-off times, because it does get pretty hectic in there in the office whenever the bills are due.
Okay.
Everybody comes in at once and tries to pay, and it gets kind of hectic sometimes, so
So-
they do have a part-time help there.
okay, and do you know, does she, keep the records there on site, and does she send out?
Jan does, I think, yes, keep records there on
Okay,
site.
and do you use like an accountant for the end of the year, or?
Yes, we have an accountant, mean, that truthfully, I don't know all the answers to
Okay,
that.
and so I could ask Mr. Tolles,
Yeah.
and he'll probably know that. Okay. All right. Do you track the amount of water used for flushing,
Yes,
and do you report that on your water loss
Yes.
reports? And, in staff's first request, item 35, Farmdale District responded that it doesn't map its service connections. Do you know why? it
excuse
doesn't?
me?
Do you know why Farmdale District doesn't map its service connections?
I guess it wasn't procedure before, but, I think on all of our new maps, I think they have them indicated, service lines indicated on our newer maps that we get on new projects, I
So
think.
service lines, and then, so I believe it, this is the service connection, so it'd be the valve.
It would be your, the service connection to me is the corp, the saddle, and the line feeding to the meter, the service line going to the meter.
Okay.
That's service connections.
Okay, and Farmdale District doesn't have any master meters, they just rely on Frankfurt Plant Board, is that correct?
We have purchase meters, we have, 3 purchase meters, from the plant board, and then we have what I call isolation meters, I guess is master meters.
Zone meters?
Yeah, zone meters is what I call those,
Okay.
that we have 5 of those.
But, but you said from the plant board, so the plant board
We
checks the amount of water that you're buying from it?
Yes.
They are the ones that,
Yes, and we get a report from them each month of what we've purchased, and that's what I use my numbers against, is what we purchased and what we've sold.
is that ever tested, or do you ever get a record for when they've tested?
We had those tested, they test those quite regularly. They'll change the inner workings out every other year and do a test every other years. They'll do a test one year and then replace the inside mechanisms the other year. So that's done yearly, I guess.
Okay. Do you have any opinion as to why, the water loss has been a problem for so long, other than what you've already stated as far as not having enough employees to address the situation, or?
Just the older lines, and from the record, looks like we had a new tank added in 2012 at the Stewart Home tank, added onto an older system, and it's caused a lot of pressure to go up, causing, I think, these older lines to break after a while. It's causing a lot more force on these older lines, and that's what I've seen with the numbers and what I was pretty much told by the predecessor.
Okay, and I'm sorry to ask you to repeat, but I couldn't hear the first part. What caused the uptake in pressure? Is the repairs?
Stewart Home
No.
tower was put in, the new tank was put in 2012 on an older system that was put in
Okay.
66. And they added a new tank that's caused the pressure in some of these parts to go up to 120 pounds on these lines.
Okay.
So there's, that's considerable amount on an older system. And I think that's why a lot of these lines are breaking, is there's a lot of pressure on the old system.
Okay. And I'm sorry to go back to the meter readings for the Frankfurt plant board where you purchased the water. Do you ever read the meters yourself just to verify their readings?
Sometimes if I've tried to kind of isolate but in the majority of the time, it is read by them, and I just get the report from them. I didn't really know that I needed to read them every day with my isolation meters, but that, I didn't,
Okay. And as part of when you came on board, and did you read the regulations, the PSC regulations as far as operations?
Yes, I've read my operating manual, that's what I read and kind of go by as the operating manual that I have. That's.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. Thank you so much.
Vice Chairman Cicero, questions?
How many hours do you work in a month? Or even in a week, if that's
In
easier.
a week, over 40, about 45 at the least,
So 45 to what?
to sometimes 55, depends on the situation.
So 45 to 55 hours a week, how much of that would you say is spent outside with maintenance or repair?
Majority of it.
90?
Probably a good 80 to 90% of my time is trying to repair meters or service lines or mains.
So when you have a major leak, and there's just the two of you, how do you do a repair? Do you call in a contractor?
Just, I call in a locate, emergency locate, and I have to wait until they get located, or call me and let me know that I have nothing in that area, and then I fix it myself, if I can. If it's like, I haven't had anything too major that I can't do on my own, and if I do, I call BP Pipeline. If it's something you know, it's just someone that they will come and help me right then and there, you know, but that's,
So you have a leak that occurs beside a highway, and you've got to excavate it. Would you operate the excavator and have the dump truck there, and the other guy would drive the dump truck, and who would you have flag? I mean, how do you actually make that work?
carefully, very carefully. And that's,
Admire your prudence
yeah.
and judgment.
I mean, that's, I just do it. I gotta, you know, I gotta get it done.
That's okay. As a former small business owner, I understand the cost-saving effort that is going on. I don't, that's not lost on me, okay? I'm just trying to, from the perspective of safety and
Yes, sir.
practicality, where we're going here.
Yes, sir.
What type of equipment do you have for doing leak repair?
I have a case backhoe, and currently I've been renting a smaller track hoe that doesn't tear up the yard as much, and I can get in small, you know, in wetter areas than I can with the bigger backhoe that we had. I'd get into a leak with it, and it'd get stuck, you know, sometimes, and then I'd have to either tear the yard up more to get it out, or call a wrecker and come pull me out. And that's, you know, but we're in the process of buying some used equipment, and then I've been renting from General Rental here in Frankfurt a smaller excavator, track hoe type, and been using that for the lesser jobs, or, yeah, I guess it would, at most of the jobs that require me getting.
Dump truck,
Do not have one.
trailer,
In the process of getting a dump bed trailer, right, here in weeks.
pickup trucks,
They have trucks, yes,
one or two, three?
2,
You and the other
yes,
operator drive those two,
yes.
drive them all the time, home, whatever?
I do take my vehicle home because I'm on call all the time.
Well,
but,
believe me, for as many hours as you're putting in, I don't know how you could not drive it home, okay? There's no argument there.
But the other employee doesn't know, he drives his own personal vehicle home, leaves that other vehicle at the shop.
So, let's switch. All this time you're spending out in the field, shorthanded, you read meters when they're broken, you repair meters, you repair leaks, maintenance on the vehicles, I guess you take locally, but all of that is under you and one other person to make sure that that's completed. And I don't know how you find time to go on vacation or do anything else or get sick, because I'm not sure what happens when that occurs.
Stay away from everybody else in the office, and I come to work with the code. Rain, sleet, or snow, like the mailman. I'm
So-
here all the time.
So let's switch to the other side, which is the office. You're the general manager. General managers usually have responsibility for both inside and outside. And I know why you're focusing on outside. But that leaves the inside, and you have 2.5 people basically,
Yes,
and your current office manager has been there 30 years,
yes.
which is good and bad. 30 years means lots of experience, 30 years means approaching the end of a career, probably. And you're heavily dependent on that person to provide you, well, provide any information you need, but make sure the office runs.
Yes.
So how much time would you say you spend with that person to understand what's going on in the office?
Not very much.
Not very much. So really, that office manager is probably doing a lot of the duties you should be doing but don't have time to do. There's no criticism there, okay?
Yeah, I mean, on the billing side, that's mainly what she takes care of, the billing, the calls, the customers. She writes up my reports of what customer complaints or requests, and she kind of writes up the reports and directs me into where I need to go next, is kind of, you know, what she does. But she takes care of all the billing and all, but I do the PSC commission reports, I do my MORs for the Division of Water. I do that. We've considered bringing David in to help me out on that. He has helped me out a couple of times on some of the paperwork. When I've been behind, I'll call him like, hey, can you come in and, you know, you do my MOR for me or something like that, you know, different things like that. And he has helped when he's been available. But that's, you know, that.
So you have a procedure that you follow for the field.
Yes.
Does she have something similar in the office?
Yes.
So she actually has a set of procedures that she follows that talks about if there's theft, as far as what you said occurs, she knows how to do that in the office.
Right, we don't have, there is no written policy of theft. We do not have a theft policy. We don't really deal with it a lot, but whenever it does occur, I just pull the meter and keep them locked off. That's where we do with our, you know, the theft part of it. But other than that, I don't know.
Is there a procurement policy on purchases?
Excuse me?
How purchases are handled, who approves them, who does bill matching, who pays?
I think that goes to our treasurer. He does I think he looks over the,
Okay, but I'm just asking if there's a written policy.
not that I'm aware of.
This is the type of manual that I'm referring, just like all the things that you have knowledge and experience on outside, without the same degree of difficulty, because weather's not involved, those functions that are pertinent to the administrative side means that they should have something. Well, 30 years is good, nobody lives forever, and that means that there's gonna be transition, and during transition, that's when usually written policies help to make certain that everything goes forward smoothly. And with such a small office staff and a small outside group, if you don't have those to follow, like the chairman said, you could be in a car accident. God forbid anybody can't go to work because of whatever happens that forces them not to, but it does occur, and that's why those type of policies are typically written down. And there's a lot of water districts and utilities and the Public Service Commission that can help direct somebody on how to establish written policies and procedures, and I'm sure part of this whole process is going to be talking about those types of deficiencies and possibly offer recommendations on where to go to. So, those type of policies should be written down. Who does the primary accounting for is it the office manager that makes all the general journal entries, or do you depend on an outside accountant?
I don't know. She does the majority. I think we have a company, a CPA that audits us regularly. I'm not sure. I can't answer that question. I don't know.
Oh, okay, so I'll ask the chairman, and I'll ask one of your commissioners on how that works. But typically, even if you have an inside office manager and they're making journal entries, there's certain year-end entries that require advice, depreciation schedules, bad debt write-off, whatever it may be. Usually they're giving advice, and I'm just curious how that works. But I'll
Yeah, I think we do have an accounting firm that does help us on that, and I do
And that,
recall.
that group is different from who audits.
Gotcha.
There's-
Then I do
there's
not
two
know that
different-
question. I do
they
not know
should
that
be two
question.
different
Yes,
entities,
yes, sir, I
okay.
do not know that question.
How often do you meet with the board?
Monthly, first Friday of each month.
Okay, so when you meet with the board, do you go over invoices that are due, whether they should be paid, what your planning is for the upcoming period of time, whether we're gonna do meter inspections over the next 4 weeks, or we have these major line, or is it more of a,
It's more of me presenting my water loss to them and kind of going over a plan of what needs to be done. And it's just mainly talking about new items and what, you know, mainly it's been the project here lately. That's gonna be going in within, here soon for the Green Wilson. We're replacing the AC lines for that. That's mainly here lately is what we've kind of been discussing. We also have a trailer park that is going from a master meter to a bunch of individual meters, and that's gonna give us 52 new customers, and that's kind of mainly what we've been talking about here lately. It's been what's on the agenda and the PSC meeting.
so again, that's a maintenance side now, or future development or whatever it may be. How about on the financial side? Is there a report that's presented to the
Yes.
board?
Yeah, the treasurer brings that and pretty much states what we've spent and lets me know that I've been working in the negative sometimes because that's, you know, I've had bores and different things, but that's, you know.
This is the treasurer of the commission.
Yes.
And he or she receives their report from the office manager?
Yes.
So you don't have an opportunity to look at the report before it goes to the treasurer?
I could, but like I say, majority of the time I'm in the field.
Okay.
You know, that's.
Again, it's a matter of how much time is available.
Yes, sir.
So the average bill for your customers is $30.40, basically, for consumption of 4,000 gallons a month, which is really pretty reasonable, and you haven't been in for a rate increase since 2013. Is there the thought of increasing or applying for a rate increase in order to address some of the manpower issues? And you talked about being in the red for cash flow purposes, or?
I don't see that as my decision on the rate increase, truthfully. I don't know about
Okay,
that part of it.
So I think we had this discussion yesterday with another utility. Typically, a general manager, and I understand you're understaffed, so it's not gonna be the typical structure, but typically, a general manager would present to the board a plan of action with some options, and the board it would be just like you're CEO of a business, and you're reporting to a board that makes the ultimate decisions on the corporation from a long-range macro perspective, and you're giving them options on what to do. Now, I understand your situation is not gonna allow that to happen. But on the other hand, it should be a lot of your input that goes to the board, making recommendations on what to do, whether you need a rate increase because but again, that's gonna require interface with your accounting or business manager that says, and I'm not sure what his or her name is, but, you know, this is happening, which directions you wanna go, and then from your perspective, you would be saying, looking at what I know here and what's going on over here, this is the direction. I do think we need a rate increase, or we don't need a rate increase, or whatever. And again, I understand, you've only been there a little over a year, so that's a difficult.
Me myself, I don't want a customer rate increase, because that is kind of the one good thing about us compared to the plant board, is that we purchase water from the plant board, and we can sell it cheaper than what they sell it to their customers. I kind of like that in a way. Because
Commissioner Matthews doesn't like it.
Yes.
Customer to blame.
well, and I mean, you know, that's truthfully, that's a plus for being in our water district. is the way I see it, but that's more of the numbers game, and that's, the part that I'm still learning.
Okay, so it's not a matter of not keeping your rates low, or whether you purchase water or produce water, but in order to make certain that your infrastructure is going to be maintained for the future, if you don't generate enough cash to put it in a depreciation account that says, I've got this reserve so that when I'm doing these projects, and I'll ask your commissioners about their interaction with your outside engineers, but in order to do those projects, if you're not generating enough cash to build some kind of reserve, you're either gonna borrow it if you have the cash flow to pay the loan, or you have something in the reserve that helps you make that investment. And if you don't generate enough cash through your rates, then you can't do those things that you need to do in order to ensure the viability of the operation going forward. So
Yes, sir.
everybody likes cheap rates, but on the other hand, water loss,
Yes, sir.
if you reduce that, we've already talked, it's either 92,000 or 137,000. It's somewhere around that six-figure number that says I could do a lot of things if I reduced my water loss by maintaining my infrastructure, because you don't want the water loss rate going up, obviously.
Yes,
The goal is to bring it down.
yes.
Do you know how much money is in your accounts, or your total value of your?
No, not right up.
Okay. Is the treasurer here from?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so I'll ask that of him. I think that's all I have, Chairman.
Before we continue, why don't we take a break until 25 till 11? We've been at it a little bit. So we'll be in recess until 10:35. We're now back on the record. Commissioner Matthews, do you have questions of this witness?
I do. Do you have the document that your council handed, the Farmdale annual water loss graph, that looks like this?
Yes. That's the yearly one?
The yearly one.
Years.
The yearly one.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I have that one here.
And then let's keep the map.
Yes.
And I have a question for you. I heard earlier that the installation of the Stewart home tank, which I can see on the map, is the reason that it's believed that there are all these new leaks, right? Did it take 2 years for those leaks to start showing up? I mean, almost 3, because
That would be
the
before
tank
my
went in
time.
and, right, I mean, the
Yeah.
tank went in 2012. The high leaks they peak in 2015, so 3 years to,
I guess so.
okay. And does that tank impact, the Edgewood
No,
section?
No.
Okay, so, which you said was a particular section that
Yes,
you've
it
just
is.
now gotten under control because it was older?
yes, older line,
Okay.
yes.
So the narrative of, the tank causing causing the increase in leaks is maybe to some extent true, but it's likely it's the aging infrastructure
Yes,
that
yes,
really.
it would be more into that.
Yeah.
Putting the new tank
The
on and
tank was
aging.
right,
Yes,
this-
yes,
maybe speeded it up a little bit, but it really is the aging infrastructure and maybe delayed maintenance over the years, or, and I know you may not know this, but I just wanna kind of ask, and maybe if we don't have, I don't have in front of me all of the information. Prior to the 2013 rate case, do you know when the last rate case prior to that one would be?
no.
Okay, so that's something I can ask Mr. Doles, I think. Okay. That's all I have.
I know that your duties as general manager include the office, but you haven't had much time because of the necessity of spending time away to do office work. But since you are the general manager, I need to ask this question, and if you don't know it, then we'll follow up with the board chairman. Do you know the name or identity of the auditor, the accountant who audits Farmdale?
Kenny Blackwell, is that correct? Kenny Blackwell? I think that's his name.
Right.
That is our, I don't know.
Is he from Frankfurt? Is he here locally, or do you know?
I do not.
If, Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman, if I might, Harrod and Associates is the name of the firm here in Frankfurt, Harrod. And Mr. Blackwell, I think, is the accountant for that firm that actually does the Farmdale work. But Mr. Tolles will be prepared to answer that.
Well, I was gonna ask, we don't have any audits on file ever for Farmdale, and I'd like to make a data request, we'll do it in writing, for the audits, for the last 5 audits that have been performed. Usually, I think the audit, and correct me if I'm wrong, when the annual report, it'll say, has it been audited, and then it'll say, if so, then file a copy, but apparently they haven't been filed, and we haven't picked up on it till now, when I asked to see the most recent audit.
I do know for a fact that the annual report has been filed recently, and the audit was presented to the Farmdale Water Board at their July board meeting. It's hot off the press. I got mine yesterday.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we don't have that, we don't have any of the other audits either, for any of the last 5 years. What about, so we don't know anything about, cash flow, or what's available to get you the equipment that you need. What about inventory? Your inventory of parts, materials, meters, can you tell us about that? Do you need more inventory?
I have supplies in my shop, yes, I have some inventory for, in case of emergency type, bands, different,
Pumps, what about pumps?
yeah, I have pumps to pump
Okay.
for leaks, whenever I repair it, I can get supplies, that's no problem.
Well, I guess, is your inventory adequate as far as you're concerned?
Yes, to an extent, I have what I need until I realize I don't need it, but I go pick it up. I guess I have inventory, usually try to keep stockpile at least 4 to 5 different,
Okay,
pieces
well, I say it like a
of
meter inventory. I know your meters aren't real old, but do you have spare meters?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Like about how many? Estimate?
I think I have like probably 2 boxes, which would be, I guess, a dozen. I'll buy the box whenever that get low on one box, I'll go ahead and order another one and go pick it up to have it in reserve just in case. But I do have some in reserve, but like I say, sometimes I dig it up and then I find out what the problem is and go to the shop and I don't have it, and I have to go pick it up.
Well, in terms of getting parts, and I know you're in an area where it's probably easier for you to get parts quickly, pumps, meters, whatever, than it is in some parts of the state. But how is it, well, if you needed a pump, if you need something from Thornburg or something, how long would it take you to get a pump or parts or that you might need in an emergency?
Drive time, 30 minutes, an hour there and back, a little over an hour there and back, getting the parts and getting back.
So where would that be, Louisville?
Lexington.
Lexington.
Yes, sir.
Your equipment, you've got 2 pickup trucks, you have a backhoe, and you're renting a smaller piece of equipment, a track hoe or a track something.
Yes, sir.
Anything else, any other type of equipment that you have, or equipment that you'd like to have, but you don't have now?
Not that I can think of offhand. We are in the process of getting a used boring machine, a smaller version of a boring machine.
Under driveways, roads?
Yes, to get under driveways and roads. That way I don't have to call call BP Pipeline or someone else to come in and pay them to do it if I can do it. You know, and that is one thing we've mentioned, that we are in the process of getting that here within a week or two, or so.
Are you
Should be
capable
soon.
of testing meters?
Yeah, not at my office, not here, but, when I take them out, place it with a alternate meter, a newer meter, and send it to CI Thornburg. They test the meter, send back the information of what the readings were and whether it was good or not. And that takes sometimes a week or sometimes more for that.
I know, I think I saw, and perhaps I'm wrong, you can see so many of, with 11 different entities, but I think that in response to data requests, maybe the previous general manager, maybe Mr. Robinson, it said was on a salary, but you were paid on an hourly basis, is that correct?
I do not know whether he was paid, how he was paid.
What, are you paid by the hour?
Yes, sir.
And I think it said $20 an hour, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you have to turn in time to anybody?
I sign in and out each day, yes. turn
With a
in.
time, you
Yes, sir.
sign in at
Yes, sir.
8 or
Yes, sir.
7:30 and leave at 6:30 PM or
Yes,
something,
sir.
right? Now, does somebody then, take your time card or your time sheet and then compute your hours times your hourly rate, and is that how you're paid?
Yes,
So are you eligible for overtime, working 55 hours or so a week?
yes. Yes, I get paid overtime.
And overtime is a time and a half over 40?
Yes,
And so I take it that you probably get a good bit of overtime. With what you say,
yes.
and I'm not criticizing, I'm just saying how you work hard if you're working, 50, 55
It's
hours a
usually
week.
it's usually an average about 45, about 40, that's about what I average, is about 45 hours a week. And that's,
I've always believed whatever it says, and I guess this is a quote from a John Wayne movie, which is a quote from the Bible somewhere about a workman is worthy of his hire, right? So, no, I don't begrudge you the money. I wish you had more. I just wondered, you and Mr. Talley, I'm Mr. Talley. Lawyer's worth all he can get,
Yes.
right? So I would, your Jamie, all right? Can you tell me how much Jamie makes? I suppose he's an hourly employee also, right?
he is. We don't discuss other people's pay. I mean, but I think he makes $15 an hour, is that correct?
You just got it right.
Just, yes,
Okay,
15.
you hired him, correct?
That-
Or did the board hire him?
The board hired him,
Okay. And when they hired him, were you the general manager?
yes.
And the board set his salary and you didn't set it, correct?
Correct.
I apologize if Commissioner Cicero was asked this question, he may have. Are you familiar with any, basically, any discussions or conversations between the commissioners at Farmdale and any other utility such as Kentucky American Water Company about a potential purchase
No, I
or
haven't.
sale of Farmdale?
No.
Or any consideration by Farmdale of merging with either Frankfurt Plant Board or any other rural water district?
We've talked about that, we don't want that to happen. I mean, that's the discussion, is that, no, we don't
Okay,
want to be.
yeah, I think maybe we mentioned that, talked about it a lot. Tell me, elucidate on this. What is the reason why you wouldn't want that to happen?
To me, I feel like I would be out of a job.
Okay, that's good. That's a valid
That's a
reason.
legitimate.
That's a valid reason, all right.
And that's-
Other than that, all right, are there any other reasons?
Me, for the customers. I mean, truthfully, the customers that I have, if the plant board takes it over, their rates are gonna go way up. I mean, they may be happy with having plant board people everywhere and all over the place, but I don't think they're gonna be happy with how much their rate goes up. It's that,
Well, ultimately, that's because, for reasons that expressed by the general manager of the plant board, they sell water to other utilities at wholesale for less money than they charge their own customers. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And they do that on the basis because they want to sell all the water they can, right?
Yes.
They don't
Yes.
care about making money, they like to sell water. Right? At some point, though, wouldn't you believe that your rates, if, as you point out in your data request, that there are 40 to 50 miles of this asbestos concrete pipe that need to be replaced, that's gonna cost a fairly sizable amount of money.
I don't know how accurate that number is, but yes, there is AC line that does need to be taken.
I mean, somebody said that, and it's in the.
Yeah, it is, but I don't know if that number was
Well,
correct.
whatever
It says
it is,
approximately.
it's
rough.
gonna cost a lot of money to replace the
Yes, sir.
line. And whatever is done in terms of fixing infrastructure, the Edgewood subdivision mile where I guess maybe that's where the tank is, and
That's where.
you've got a lot of brittle old line that needs to be replaced. Whatever it is, the costs ultimately, all costs are passed on to the customer, aren't they? In one way or another. If they aren't passed on now, when something breaks down in 10 years, and you either get a grant or you've got to borrow money, but to the extent somebody is paying for it, isn't that right?
We have a reserve, and that's mainly where we've been doing a lot of our projects out of here recently, is the reserve money that we've had from collected up through before I was here. And that's what we've been using to do a lot of our maintenance, repairs, and upgrades to the fire hydrants at that time. We were paying for it out of, I guess, our bank reserve.
How much is in the reserve now?
Do not know.
How much was spent out of the reserve in order to fix the fire hydrants?
Probably over 100,000.
And therein lies the question, what was the balance, what was spent, and what is remaining?
That would be, I couldn't answer that.
I know, we're waiting our turn.
I guess all I'm saying is I understand that you have a small water district, less than 3,000 customers. And ultimately, over time, your costs are going to go up and your sales, you're in an area that is likely to grow. And so, not in most rural areas, sales are going down. If for no other reason, I mean, one, they lose population, but here, if you don't, the advances made in water use or water conservation for toilets, dishwashers, washing machines, ultimately, it's your costs are likely to go up, and you don't have a lot of people to spread those costs over. When you buy things, you're not going to buy as much in bulk as Frankfurt Plant Board is, right? Or some other, or you could if you had a cooperative agreement with other utilities. That's all I'm saying, in looking to the future, it seems to me difficult to sustain small water districts that on an economic basis. Because at some point, if your infrastructure deteriorates enough, because rates aren't kept up, then ultimately the customer loses. That's what he's paying for. Customer wants good water, and you're supplying good water, I'm assuming, on a reliable basis. But at some point, if you don't replace some of these lines or do something with the leaks, that's not gonna happen, right?
Yes, sir. Agreed.
How's your water quality? How are you, are you in good standing with Division of Water?
Yes, sir.
Have you had any issues with water quality?
Not that I know of, except for this recent distillery fire that we had here in the water as, or the bourbon went into the river. I did get a call from the plant saying that we may have a high carbon base now, that it is safe to drink, but it will smell sweet and taste like bourbon. So you have to chase your water now with some Mountain Dew or
It
something.
did.
Yes, but
There may not be a disadvantage.
Not that I know what that tastes like.
but that, other
I
than
heard
that, that is, I haven't heard anything from any complaints.
That puts you on the bourbon trail.
Yes, it does, yeah.
Well, do you treat any water at all?
No, we don't treat it.
Everything comes from Frankfurt.
Yes, sir.
And you don't have to, if you had a water quality issue, it would ultimately go back
On
to
that. Yes, sir.
Frankfurt,
Yes,
correct?
yes, sir.
And they're the sole supply of your water,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And your service territory is entirely in Franklin County?
We do have some, I think, across the Anderson County line and, some in the Shelby County line, across the Shelby County line too.
Are some of your customers actually within the city limits of Frankfurt?
No,
No.
unless is Big Eddie considered? Cause that's the only time we cross the interstate. That's not considered inside the city, is it? No, I didn't think, no one is.
You know, my only comment to what the chairman said, as long as the water delivered to you is good, that it should be good, but we know from our experience with Martin County, that if your leaks are bad enough, you do have contamination that comes back into the lines before it's delivered to the ultimate customer, which is another reason why
Yes, sir.
leak detection and repair is so important, because you're paying for that water, and the customer is paying for that water, and by the time it gets to their delivery point, if it's been contaminated, then you're paying for water that ultimately is no good to them. So,
Right, and if you have a leak, pretty much the chlorine is lower, further past that leak, and you're not getting a better water quality.
Right.
But yes, I agree, I understand that. That's,
So your only water quality is if there's a leak and you have to do a boil water advisory while after you fix it. and
Yes.
so forth.
yes.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chandler.
Thanks, Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Armstrong.
Good morning.
So there been discussion this morning about your responsibilities. I want to go back to some of the chairman's questions about the hiring of employees, particularly field employees. So can you explain when, is it Jamie, is that right?
Yes.
When Jamie got hired, how did the board know that, I mean, obviously, somebody left, right? And they needed to hire somebody, so the board knew that there was an open position, correct?
Yes.
How did the board know what qualifications that were needed, or, let me strike that. Do you communicate with the board as to the district's needs?
Yes.
Okay, and so how does the board know what sort of employee is needed to hire?
Experience?
Okay. Do you communicate those needs to them?
I have, yes.
Okay, and so going forward, do you believe that you're the best person to identify what the field needs are for an additional employee, or the board is the entity that should identify those?
Both.
But if the board makes the decision, it's at a minimum, they're getting their information from you, correct?
Elaborate?
Yeah, you're the one in the field every day,
Yes, sir.
and you know where the leaks are.
Yes, sir.
And you know who needs to, whether you need somebody that has so say you have 2 employees already, both of you can run the backhoe, right? So you're the one that knows that the 2 of you all can run the backhoe, and then maybe the new employee doesn't necessarily need that skill, correct?
Right.
Okay, the board may not know that.
Right.
Okay. And so in terms of your responsibilities as having the title general manager, does Do the office staff report to you?
Yes,
Okay, so you are their boss.
yes.
Okay. And if one of the two positions in the office came open, would it be your responsibility or the board's responsibility? Your understanding, that's all I'm asking.
To
Is
my
your
understanding that
Let me
the-
finish the question. Is it your understanding that it would be your responsibility or the board's responsibility to hire that person?
My understanding, I think it would be the board's responsibility to, like I say, I'm still new to this managerial position. On hiring the people, I would like to be, I'd like to be the one hiring and interviewing. I understand that, but you know, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, let me ask one, did the board interview Jamie, or did both?
The board,
You didn't interview Jamie?
no.
And this recent raise that he got, that was not, did you have any input into that?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, no, that's fine. In terms of, the three employees that report to you, right, or 3.5, we'll call them. Do you do any evaluation on how well the job they're doing?
Yeah, I mean,
No, a formal evaluation.
like a written evaluation?
Yeah, annually, do you sit down and talk to them, what concerns they have, what concerns you have about their job performance, what they could do better, anything like that?
During the board meeting while Jamie was doing his, while I was training him there, they kept asking, you know, about it, and I, you know, let them know that, what I thought, how he was doing, and, you know, there is some parts that he does great and excels at, and then there's other parts that is not so proficient at, you know, and it's, until he learns, and that's, I guess, I don't know that, if that's on me, or if that's, you know, I don't know. I'm trying to train him, and he's picking up on stuff really good, you know, but, no, it's,
Are you having that conversation directly with him at any point?
with him, yeah, we work together every day, yeah, I mean, yeah, I let him know that you need to step it up, yes. But, I mean, that's that part of it.
But what I want to clarify is, in your opinion, is it at least not clear as to the delineation of management between you, your responsibilities and the board responsibilities as it relates to employees?
Say it again?
Would you prefer more clarity on what your responsibilities are as it relates to employees?
I just thought that that's the way it was. They hired him, and
So let me ask, can you fire him?
no.
Okay. And do you know that you can't fire him, or is your assumption is the
No,
board
I know.
hired him?
I know I can't.
Okay, that's, okay. And in terms of the office staff, same thing?
Same.
Can the office manager fire the 1.5
Do not know.
person that works for her?
I do not know.
Is Jamie working on his certification to be a distribution system
He has to
operator?
work he has to be there over a year before I think he is able to take a test.
Is he planning to do that?
Yes, I'm planning on trying to get him certified too, so I can take a vacation.
Good luck.
Yes, yes.
Then he can
Thank you.
supervise himself, right?
Yes,
That's
yes, sir.
right.
Yeah, I don't want to skip back and forth, so I'll ask this line of questioning. Do you have the PSC Exhibit 1 in front of you? It's the inspection
Yes.
report from 2016. You might have turned to page 7 of that.
Right.
And do you see number 38 where the question says, does the utility inspect all of its facilities per 807 KAR 5006, section 26, subsection 6, and there's some other things there, but regarding the semi-annual or annual inspections of certain property, do you see that?
I do.
Okay, are you aware of this section generally?
Aware of,
This regulation? Or its requirements?
no, not fully.
Okay, so do you see there that, the third paragraph of it starts off with annually inspect?
Yes.
So just for a second, we'll skip the initial portions of it because it's about sedimentation basins and things like that. But do you see at the bottom where it says that, it starts off saying annually inspect all structures, and at the bottom the line says including electric power wiring, controls, hydrants, mains, meters, meter settings, and valves. Do you see that requirement?
Yes.
Are you aware of that requirement?
Yes.
Okay, and do you inspect those annually?
More than, I inspect my towers and my pump stations, and I do that quite, I usually try to do that at least once a month, at the least. But, yeah, and I also have to we mow the tank lots, yes, mow the tank lot, and we mow the pump stations. So then we do a kind of rough inspection whenever we do that, kind of make sure nothing's, broken or anything there whenever we go mow that each, probably every 2 weeks.
So
whenever we mow that.
one of these are metered. Do you know if you inspect every meter once a year?
No, I don't know if we inspect every meter once a year.
And I guess the meter settings would be the same
Yes.
answer? How about the valves?
Valves are tested whenever I can. I'm trying to get a schedule set up, but with all of these, trying to get these leaks down, I have not been able to go about my schedules.
Yeah, and these aren't even, you don't even have to, I don't think the regulation requires you to operate the valves, it's just to inspect them.
Right.
But you don't think that maybe over the last year you've inspected every one of the valves?
No, not every one of
Okay.
them, no.
And then the hydrants, do you know if you've inspected all the hydrants?
Probably 90% of them since I've been here, have been inspected.
And
But-
so, when you go out and inspect any of these things, do you have a checklist and some sort of log where you note the individual, the date, the item that you're checking?
No.
So that if inspections comes by and says, have you inspected these over the last year?
No,
Okay. Do you think that would be something that may be important to add to the operational manual?
yes, sir.
Okay. And did you ever have that conversation with previous general manager?
Not that I recall, but there was job, and he told me there is stuff that I have to do, regularly. But I mean, I go to my operating manual, and I read from that.
Okay.
A lot of times, or if I do have a question, I call David and ask. But no, other than that, no.
Okay. And but given sort of getting thrown into it head first, you would have effectively, unless the board told you about these, wouldn't otherwise know about them if they were outside of the operational manual, right?
Correct. Unless whenever I went to school, I did learn a lot more. Whenever I was going to my continuing education classes, I did pick up more stuff there.
Okay.
That I needed to realize that I needed to do that I kind of really wasn't, because it was an emergency exit, and
Yep.
things got confused, and that.
You don't know what you don't know,
Yes,
right?
exactly.
Until you find out that you didn't know.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And
until you
that's
find
the
out.
truth. If I wasn't told, I don't know.
Yeah.
It is the truth, unless I've learned it in school, and that's, or.
Does the utility have counsel that comes to its monthly board meetings?
Not monthly, no.
Do you all have an ongoing attorney that represents the water district?
I do believe we do, but.
Would that be a question for board
Yes,
members?
yes.
And so in terms of legal requirements, regulations, laws, things like that, unless you were explicitly told prior to the previous general manager leaving, or unless it's in the operational manual, or that you might have picked it up at one of your trainings, there is no opportunity for somebody to provide, there's no forum for you to learn these new things, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Do you mind to turn, it's a couple pages later, to page 10 of that report, that inspection report? Just let me know when you're there.
There.
Okay. Do you see number 57, where the question says, how does the utility mark the location of its valves?
Yes.
And do you see that the response is that the utility stated it marks the location of its valves using GPS? Do
Yes.
you know if all of the utility's valves are located using GPS?
I do not.
Do you know, well, let me ask this, do you have any equipment that would indicate to you which valves are located with GPS or marked with GPS?
Yes, I have a Vanguard map that has valves and meters located on Vanguard mapping, I think is,
Okay.
but I can pull it up on an app on my phone and I can search it, look, you know, meters and valves from a digital map.
Do you know if all the meters and valves are on the GPS?
The best of my knowledge, they are.
They are. Okay, so you've not run across a meter or a valve that hasn't been on the GPS?
I have valves, yes. I have ran across a few valves that were not on the GPS.
And
Yes.
did you mark them?
Yes.
So when you,
I know where they're at. They're not marked GPS, no.
do you have that opportunity to mark them on GPS?
I do have the equipment, yes.
Okay. And you think that's something that maybe needs to be added to the operational manual, that when you come across a meter or valve that's not located on the GPS, to go ahead and do it then, so that it's on there for good?
Yes.
Moving forward? Okay. And so asking about responsibilities, do you believe as general manager that you have the, that it's part of your responsibility to update the operational manual? Does that fall on you, or does that fall on the board in your opinion?
Still learning. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not asking that. I'm asking, you got this operational manual,
Right.
right, that you're depending on to do your job. If you find out something is wrong in it, do you feel that you have the power to change the operational manual?
Well, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Okay. The next 2 pages later, page 12, so let me know when you're there.
Okay.
Number 68, and I get that this is from, I think, 2016, well before you arrived at the utility, but number 68 says that the person responsible for the utility safety program is the chairman of the board. Do you see that?
I do.
Were you aware of that?
Not until I just read that, truthfully.
Okay.
I
Do
didn't-
you
I
think
did
it
not
makes
know.
more sense for an employee or the chairman of the board to be responsible for the utility safety program?
Clifford is a smart man, and he has been in the construction business for a long time, and, you know, but, I mean, if there is a problem that with, I'm sure that if I brought it up to him, we could change it.
No, and I'm not saying there is a problem one way or the other. I'm just asking your opinion. You're the person in the field every day, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so, but you had not heard of the utility safety program until today?
Well, no, I mean, I didn't know. I didn't know that Clifford was the one that was in charge of it, is what I thought the question was.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to figure out whose responsibility it is.
It's probably both of ours, truthfully. I mean,
Okay.
if I have a problem with it, and it's not in our manual, if I told him about it, I'm sure it'd be no problem with changing it. I'm not understanding what you're wanting.
Well, so does Jamie know who is in charge of the utility safety program?
Yes.
He knows that Clifford's in charge of the
No,
utility.
no, I don't.
And that's all. I'm just trying to make a point that for employees, it may be important for them to know who to go to, or know who they should be receiving their training or
Come to me.
items on that. Okay.
I train him in everything that he does.
And if you turn to page 14 of that, you might look at number 79 about the meter testing. Do you all still use definitive testing services for your meter testing?
If that is the people that C.I. Thornburg uses, then the answer is yes. I
Okay.
take a meter out, I send it to C.I. Thornburg. I guess they either test it there or they send it to this company, and then we receive it overnighted in the mail whenever the testing is done. And that's how we receive our meter back.
Okay, and how often do y'all test meters? Are they the large zone meters that you're testing that often?
The zone meters, are supposed to be tested every 2 years, or depending on the size of it. But on the regular meters, no, I haven't. I've tested a few out of customer, requests, and that's about the only testing that I have done, is mainly due to customer request, or if I think that it's bad, I'll send it off myself.
Has the 2-year cycle for the, I think it's what, the 4 inches and above meters, has that come up during your tenure? Or was that before you got there?
Stating,
The testing for the testing for the large meters, you said they need to be tested every 2 years. Does
Right.
that 2-year cycle come up during your tenure?
yeah, it will be. I think next year I have to retest a couple of the, I just added a brand new 2-inch meter that we had probably about 2 weeks ago. And so that, that was,
So would you say that your larger meters are up to date on on their testing?
yes, they should be.
They're not out of date?
No, not that I'm aware of.
And are you keeping those records so that when the inspector comes and asks you about those records, you have them?
I am now, yes,
You can only be held responsible for what you're doing, not what was done before you.
Do you want to turn to page 15 of that same document? So, do you see number 86 there?
86, yes.
Yeah, so the first part of that answer, you just sort of explained or you've explained today that your meters are new enough, they've not, you did the district did a mass replacement, and other than customers requesting the meters be tested, you've not needed to pull any, to test, to replace, anything like that yet, right?
No, yeah, to test, no.
Test.
I have replaced some that were faulty throughout time.
Gotcha,
My
okay.
time here.
And when you pull those, do you have those tested when they're pulled for being faulty?
No, I can tell. A lot of times the screen, the digital part of it just doesn't, it's not reading a lot of times. Or it just stops reading. They won't move, or, that's usually out whenever I take it out. But I already know that it's bad, and I don't get it tested. I know it's bad. But the ones that are questionable, we'll send off and get tested, and we get the results back.
And you flag that by knowing that that's one of those 100 meters that doesn't register, that you have to go manually test, manually read, you look at it, and you're like, it's not reading.
Yeah, Jan, she does the billing, and sometimes readings are really weird, and I'll have to go
So
check
she
it out.
does flag
Right.
those for you?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, and that's it. And she'll write up the work order, and I'll go check it, and, and I'll test it the best I can that way,
And that's
Yeah.
part of a water loss detection procedure.
Gotcha.
Because if it's not reading,
Yeah,
it shows up as lost.
right.
So the chairman was asking you earlier about, expected capital expenses in the next couple of years. Particularly, I think the questioning was about the asbestos cement pipe. You remember that?
Yes.
So, number 86 there indicates that, and I think this is consistent with your testimony today, that the meters were replaced during the 2011-2012 timeframe. And do you see the next question there about asking whether the utility has a proactive written meter testing / replacement plan, and it says nothing written?
Yeah.
Do you know if that's still the case?
Yes, it's nothing written.
Okay, so, you would agree that the 10 years on those mass replacement meters is coming up in the next year or two?
Yes.
Is it your expectation that as general manager, it's your responsibility to come up with what's the next step for meters, or whether it's the board's responsibility?
It's my responsibility, and all I can do is present it to the board and go from there,
Right,
and that's what I do.
okay. So you think that's a clear segregation of duties, that it's your responsibility knowing the timing of the meters, and you'll come up with a plan to the best of your abilities, and then bring it to the board for their approval or denial or comment or whatever it may be?
Yes, yes.
and when you replace a meter, right, say it's getting, it went a whole month with somebody living there and it read no usage, you pull it, you replace it, you trash it, right? How does, can you explain to me the process that you perform to ensure that the district's records reflect that that meter is brand new?
Yeah, we change it out in our billing process. I take down all the information from the new meter and take down the information from the old meter, and I pretty much give all that information to Jan, and she changes it in the computer.
Okay, and so in terms of how that's accounted for, that would be a question for somebody else, like in terms of accounting. You lost the beneficial use of an asset and you're replacing it with something else. In terms of how that's accounted for on the books, that would be a board or a Jane question.
Yes.
Okay,
that-
all right.
yeah.
And then, do you mind to turn to page 20 of that same document? And number 118, so let me know when you're there.
All right.
You see that it states that the chairman of the board is responsible for cybersecurity within its organization.
Go ahead.
As general manager, were you aware of that?
But that Clifford was the,
Cybersecurity,
no, I
Okay.
wasn't aware of that.
all right. And then do you have the PSC 3 in front of you? And
Should
if
be
you-
number 3, PS, is that what you're talking about?
PSC 3,
PSC,
yeah, it's another periodic compliance
yes,
inspection report.
The 2017 report, inspection report.
Yes, sir. Do you mind to turn to page 9 of that?
Good.
And would you agree that our section 25 safety program, that all of the questions about the safety program indicate the answers to all of them are no? That it doesn't have a safety program, that the utility has not adopted and executed a safety program appropriate to the size and type of its operations? And that there's not a safety manual with written guidelines for safe working practices and procedures to be followed by the utility employees? You see all that?
I do.
And the answers to all those are no?
Yes.
And day to day, if something goes wrong, that's on you, right? As the general manager?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, do you mind to turn to PSC 4?
There.
And do you see that number 3, the response to that 2017 deficiency, response number 3 states, we are currently in the process of developing a safety program. We plan to have this complete and in place by December 1, 2017. You see that?
Actually, we may have started one, did we, I tripped.
That's okay. All I'm asking is, are you aware of it?
That, not right offhand.
Okay, and so my final question in this line is, if the board chose to do so, would you take on the responsibility of being the person in charge of the district safety program?
Yes.
And I hate to add another hat to you, but you would feel comfortable with that?
Yeah. And taking over the safety program?
Yeah, being
Yes.
being the
Yeah,
point person for safety.
Yes, yes.
I have a question about the backflow meter, or the backflow devices you were talking about earlier.
Yes.
Have you all had a problem with that?
No,
With it
it's just
contaminating?
something I learned in school, and
Yeah.
it's, that was something that they brought up, and then I realized that there might be some possibly questionable places that I would definitely need to possibly put one in, but that's,
And you agreed earlier that that's a water quality issue?
yeah, I guess it is.
But you would agree, though, that there's a significant cost should there be a backflow issue and you have to flush an entire line. That's lost product that you can't sell, right?
Right.
And have you looked at what other district or other water providers' rates are?
No.
Would you be surprised to find out that Farmdale's rates for the average customer are one of the lowest in central Kentucky? Would that surprise you, or is that what you understand?
I mean, it's not surprising, but I mean, that's,
Farmdale has the benefit of not having an EPA consent decree. That always helps in Kentucky. You have that benefit, and you don't have sewer though, right?
right. Not
What-
in our, we have it in some of our subdivisions, but not us.
Farmdale doesn't
Yes.
operate a sewer system.
Right.
You were talking about the Frankfurt Plant Board's rates. What's your understanding of what their rates are?
What I pay each month on my bill, that's my
I
understanding.
mean, that's your understanding, but like what, I mean, compared to, is it twice as, is your understanding it's about twice as much as Farmdale's?
Pretty close.
$60, $70 for an average customer?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
And so, in terms of competitiveness, right, we'll just say that you're competing, somebody's thinking about living, everything else equal except for utilities, right? Does it look like that, especially compared to Frankfurt, that Farmdale could benefit from having an additional employee, even if it meant raising the rates a little bit to accommodate them?
I mean, I'm sure if the numbers work equal out, then yes.
Well, may I approach, Chairman?
Yes, you may.
Just to make it, ask it quicker. So, you've seen
Yes.
that Farmdale number 4, how much did it say that the excess of the water loss in excess of 15%? What's the estimation of that annual cost to the district?
This right here, this is the.
How much is it?
$92,000.
$92,000. And what is the percentage in excess of 15%? What's the total water loss that assumes?
This year,
Yeah.
we were currently, I think, at 30%.
Right. And so let's just have this conversation for a second. That's about at 30%, right?
Yeah,
Approximately.
I think that's what it was, yes.
So that $90-something thousand is half of your water loss. Your water loss is actually costing you $180,000, right?
Gotcha, yeah.
And water loss, you do it every month. You know what the calculation's like. That doesn't even assume the amount that the water that may be contaminated or for whatever reason gets flushed, right?
I calculate in flushing, yes.
But that's excluded from the water loss amount, right?
Right, yes.
So when we start talking about $180,000 plus the amount that's flushed, we're not even talking about if you could get an employee that could fix some of those problems, we're not even talking about changing any of the rates, are we? If they could make up for some of that amount.
Right.
And again, whose responsibility do you think it's your responsibility to look at that or the board's responsibility to determine whether or not to hire?
Both.
Okay. And would you feel more comfortable if that responsibility was more clearly detailed as to these are your jobs and this is what the board's going to do? Would you feel more comfortable with that?
Sure. Yes.
From your conversations with the office staff, does the office staff feel, is it your understanding that the office staff is at the level that it should be?
I mean, there's always room for improvement in any job, but, I mean, I don't know what you're wanting.
It's your testimony that you could use another person in the field.
Yes,
Is it the feeling that the office staff has the right number right now?
yes,
Okay, that's all I want to make sure I want to make sure that's clear. Okay. So if you as the general manager were gonna request an employee, it would be in the field rather than in the office.
yes.
I think that's all the questions I have, Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Talley?
Farmdale moves that Farmdale exhibits 1 through 4 be admitted to evidence at this time.
Sustained.
I don't have any follow-up questions.
Anything else from anybody? Before we stop.
Commission moves that our exhibits be admitted as well.
Sustained.
Thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. You may
Thank you.
step down.
Reorganize these here.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Be seated, Mr. Talley.
State your full name, Mr. Tolles,
Norman Cooper Sullivan,
and your address.
55 Boone Creek Estates.
How far from the water office do you live?
About 3 miles,
And how long have you been a commissioner?
since 1983,
And how long have you served as chairman of the commission?
probably 10 years.
Were you just recently reappointed within the last year or so?
Last year, well, I got a card in there now, when I was appointed. Last week or two, July.
What is your work experience? Are you retired now?
Yes, sir.
What was your work experience before you retired?
Plumber,
In the Frankfurt area?
Frankfurt.
I understand that recently there was another large leak that was found out, was it Smith Farm? Was that what it
Smith
was?
Farm.
Can you tell us a little bit about that? Who found it and what happened to cause the leak?
The farmer found it himself. It's a field that he has corn in every year. And it's in only a drainage ditch. And he got to noticing that it wouldn't drying up. So he called us and we went and checked it out and found a good sized leak.
And do y'all, what size was the line, if you recall?
3 inch.
Then I also understand that recently, there was something about the meter at the Stewart Home School.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with that issue?
We just recently replaced the meter. And the company we bought it from, we had a meeting with them our last month, not this month, last month, and discussing the meter. And he was telling us that a meter that size, if you just turn your water on, brush your teeth, it won't register. Well, I went all to pieces. So I told myself, we need to do something about that. And so I asked the engineer, and he was telling me that you put another meter in, probably the same or half the size. They would do the reading, and then this smaller meter would do the same thing, same amount of pressure and everything that the big meter would.
So did y'all replace the meter then?
We discussed it at our last business meeting, and we're in the process, we're gonna do it.
So I guess the issue was that the meter was oversized for the amount of water they were using, and some of the water might have been undetected.
None of this.
And is Stewart Home School a large user?
Yes, sir.
I understand they do have other meters though, don't they?
They have about 5 meters.
That's all the questions I have, Ms. Witness.
Ms. Conant?
Hello, Mr. Tolles. So you've been on the board since 1983,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And can you tell me a little bit about when you got here today? You said that the former manager, David Robinson, was the nephew of, was it the gentleman that started the
Yes.
water district, and what was his name?
Burrow Robinson.
Okay. And I know that you've been here all morning, but I'm gonna ask you to clarify some things that I asked Mr. Armstrong about, okay? So if you could refer to PSC Exhibit 7 and Exhibit 6.
Is one of those the map? Is the map Exhibit 7?
No,
Okay.
these are the orders, the PSC orders from the purchase water adjustment and the rate case.
Perhaps 8, I think.
The map is
Thank you.
8.
Yeah, he has 7 now, and he has 6. Mr. Armstrong did a good job organizing it.
So, Mr. Tolles, do you have those exhibits?
Yes.
Okay, and you were on the board when these cases were filed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So let's look at PSC number 7. That's the last rate case that Farmdale had with the PSC. And would it surprise you to know that that's That was the first rate case that the Farmdale district had at the PSC since they started in 1961.
Yes.
So you disagree with that, or you feel like you?
No, I agree with it. Yes.
Okay, okay. So, and if you look at, that's a rate case where the staff came in and looked at your overall, business health and your accounting records and all of your operations and things. You understand the difference between the purchase water adjustment case and then a rate case.
Yes.
Okay. So does the board annually assess whether the district is meeting the demands, or if the rates are meeting the demands of the district? Do they look at that annually?
Yes.
Okay, and who helps you with that as far as your numbers and,
Our auditor,
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
the auditor,
Auditor,
CPA,
okay. And who is that auditor again?
Howard and Associates.
That's Harrod.
Okay, and, so looking at, exhibit 7, on the front page there, it explains, do you see that for the meter tap-on charge, the second one listed that it was a 92% increase, and the reconnection charge was a 300% increase
Yes, ma'am.
at the time.
Yes, ma'am.
So, how was the, how did the district account for the changes in inflation and the rising cost of doing business between 1961 and 2013?
Well, back then, we didn't have as much water loss as we do now. And, we operated, just like you would operate your house, on a tight fist. And, we took care of our money, had it all invested. And,
Okay.
so that, of course, we didn't have to do a lot of expenses, didn't have no breakdowns or anything. Didn't have any water line leaks as we have now.
Okay, have you, so have you looked at your expenses and the district's needs since the 2013 rate case?
Yes.
As to whether you should come in for another rate increase or a rate case?
Our auditor told us this time we need to come in and discuss one.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
And why is that?
Well, the water loss that we had and what we're selling, it doesn't equal out. But in the process, I have a contract with me today to replace a number of miles of water line.
Okay, can you explain that project a little bit? Are you working with RD or your HMP Engineering?
HMB.
HMB Engineering on a project, and are you going, you have several RD loans, correct?
Yes.
Just one? Okay.
Mhm.
Well, it kind of, let's see, in one of the inspections, I think they discussed in 2012, you had an RD loan. Do you recall that project?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain the process of how, who decided that you needed to do that project, and then who went to RD or who went to the engineering firm?
Public Service Commission
The Public Service Commission decided that you needed the
decided
project?
we need to have no more water storage.
Okay, is that the tank that we were
Tank.
talking about? Okay. Okay,
But all the process before that, we had written letter from Frankfurt that we had plenty of storage. But then the Public Service Commission required that we have one on our property.
to comply with regulations and have enough money for the new, housing district, okay. All right, you heard me talk to Mr. Armstrong about, using Kentucky Rural Water Association
Yes,
for training,
yes.
okay? And I saw that, I'm not sure if it was the minutes or the inspection reports, but in the past, you've used, Kentucky Rural Water Association. Are you interested in using them for leak detection training, or?
We have, we're a member of their company, and they have helped us in the past.
Okay, I know that it said you don't have money set aside for training, you pay for it as it comes up, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so, in the event that you have a new general manager who was training and then all of a sudden had to go into on-the-job training because the person training him was called elsewhere, have you discussed what kind of training Mr. Armstrong would need to do his job the best that he could?
Well, as far as I know right now, he's doing a good job. Anybody can use more education, more training.
Well, did the board discuss a water loss plan
Well, we've been working
to reduce?
previously with ourselves, and we've had, we bought equipment to help locate lines, leaks.
So, you discussed that with the former manager, Mr. Robinson?
Yes.
Is that when it started? Because the water loss has been going on for a while.
Yes.
And did you meet with the general manager, and did he bring a plan to you, the leak detection and prevention policy plan that is in the operations manual?
I don't recall.
Okay. Let me just refer you to that, data request number so you can see it.
First set or second set?
It's the first set. It's, DR 1-3, so question 3. Are you there, Mr. Tolles?
Yes.
Okay, have you ever seen the water loss prevention and leak detection policy that's filed here?
No.
Okay. So to the best of your knowledge, that was something that the general manager was using, or it was just part of his manual?
Something he was using.
Okay. So does the board have a plan, a written policy or a plan to address the water loss? You said you bought equipment and you've discussed it, and I see on the board minutes that it's discussed, but is there a plan? Have you worked with the engineer or anything like that?
We worked with the engineer, come in and talk to us. We've had people come in and help us, like RD. They've helped us out in the field, looking for leaks. So we've more or less walked the lines ourselves. I've spent many a day out there walking the line, trying to locate them, driving around, talking to people if they notice anything. We have one subdivision that they finally told us that the creek was running all the time, wouldn't dry up. So we found a leak there, even the pipe was laying on top of the rock. So got that leak taken care of. We found other, we took, well, they had the engineer, not the engineer, but the contractor there. We went the whole length of that line from that point to the end of it, and found other places that it had eroded out, and the pipes were laying on top of rock, and replaced those. Put in new valves, and so we have a cutoff valve about halfway through. If we need to check it again, we can know if it's on that end or on this end.
Okay. And so you feel like you're doing a lot toward the water loss efforts?
Doing a whole lot.
Uh-huh. Okay, and so when you discuss it, do you discuss it in terms of how much it's costing the water district?
Yes.
And have you, I know you've been here, but we've talked about the $92,000 figure that you filed in your Exhibit 4, Farmdale Exhibit 4. and the $130,000 approximate figure that was in the last rate case where the PSC gave you notice on how much it was costing you all.
Right.
And then also in 2018, in this pass-through PWA, the commission gave you notice, oh, I'm sorry, that's the 775, 20 figure. So the board discussed the water loss problem in terms of how much money that it was costing?
Yes.
And so in these discussions, did it ever come up how much it would cost to hire an additional employee to dedicate to leak detection, or even an additional employee
We've
because
discussed-
your staff is so undersized?
We're in the process now looking for another employee.
What has been the problem? Like, why have you only had 2 field employees for so long? What has been the philosophy behind that?
Well, we didn't have the trouble back then as we do now.
You've had it for a while though, correct?
Well, I mean, yeah, but
okay.
it all started after we put the new tank in the tower.
So 2012 is when you're thinking that your water loss,
It began there, because it doubled the pressure, went from 35 to 40-pound. Homes were putting pumps under their houses. They get too much pressure. So when we put this tower in, their pressure doubled to 80 pound. And the old water lines that are in the ground, service lines, been in there since the late 50s, early 60s, began to break. And also the main lines were beginning to crack. So we've decided this year to start replacing all the water lines.
and is that what your new project is for?
Yes.
Okay. And as part of that, in discussions with the engineer, did they talk about your small workforce and the number of employees that you have? Have you been advised to hire more employees before?
No, we haven't, but we've done it on our own.
Okay.
So let me ask you a question. Are you gonna, replace these lines, are you talking about soliciting bids and having an independent contractor come in and do the replacement, do that work?
We already have the bids of what's gonna cost me on the desk.
So you've already advertised for bids and
Yeah,
and
it's
have
already been-
proposals?
We've already signed the contract
Oh,
with
okay.
HMB.
So you've already awarded a contract?
Yes.
Well, we need some clarification. I think all you've done is to hire the engineering firm, and they're
Right.
giving you some preliminary estimates.
Right,
And the next step is to get the funding,
right.
and I think, is that what the engineer's
That's
doing
what
right now?
they're doing now.
And of course, we understand that anything they do, they'd have to come to PSC to get permission, and they would go through the procurement process.
They don't use the model procurement code, though, do they?
No, they do not.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm gonna interrupt you. So you said since the PSC ordered the tank to be built, that caused you problems.
Sir?
When the PSC ordered the tank to be built, that caused the water pressure to increase and caused the lines to break.
Yes, sir.
But the tank was installed, I think Commissioner Matthews pointed this out, it was installed in 2012, and by your own exhibit, which is exhibit number 3, your leaks didn't spike until 2015. How do you account for the 3-year lag?
Well, it just kinda creeped up on me.
But you have a spike, you go from 20-some% to 40-some% between 2014 and 15. This is your own exhibit.
Yes, I have it. It just, we didn't realize that we were using some money that we have in the bank. Then it finally.
I guess my question is, if this pressure increased, you would have thought that it would be a gradual breakage of lines as the pressure affected more and more lines, your loss would gradually increase. But instead, for 2 years, everything held fairly steady, and then In the third year, it spikes, it doubles, your water loss doubles. It doesn't follow the path of an event that occurred 2 years before was gonna cause that kind of a spike in the third year. Do you understand my,
Yes.
okay?
I don't know the answer. I know that it's, just trying to find the leaks. We worked vigorously and knew we had the leaks, we just couldn't locate them.
And I agree. I'm just not sure that the tank is the total cause of your problem, because the timing of events doesn't seem to correlate.
Well, we had a subdivision that, didn't have enough pressure. The pipe was fishing up, but it didn't have enough pressure to have enough pressure in the house to even take a shower. Most of the people had to put pumps under their house, hooking into the water line, to have sufficient water. And if they put the tank in, turned the water on, well, they complained that pressure too high. So then that's when we realized maybe that's what's causing the leaks. The pipes have been in the ground since in the 60s and 50s.
Well, I understand that, but the proof is in the calculation, and the calculation shows that the water loss didn't increase until 2015. That's my
Yeah.
only point. I mean,
Well,
if
I
you
guess
were
it's-
starting to have gradual leakage, it would have started not all at one time. Maybe it was a break or a leak in some large line, but it doesn't seem like it would be a failure of service lines all at one time and 3 years later.
Those old lines put in the ground, I put some of them in.
There's no argument they may need replaced.
And that's what we said, you know, it really is aging
Aging
infrastructure.
infrastructure, yes.
I'm sorry.
Okay, no, that's okay. And so to clarify, before, the board decides when you wanna come in for a rate case? Is that what you answered?
Well, I don't know if it's coming in for a rate raise, but an increase.
Rate increase.
Every year Frankfurt raises their rates, and we ought to get a pass-through.
Okay, but the general manager doesn't decide when you come in for a rate case?
No,
Okay, and that's what you were saying, that you refer to an auditor to decide if you need more rates to cover the expenses of the district? Okay, so just wanted to clarify that. Okay, does the board create the budget for the water district?
yes,
Okay, and does somebody help you create that budget?
we do it ourselves
Okay,
with the PSC, our auditor,
with your auditor? Okay, and so do you have a budget for this year? Has that passed?
yes.
Okay. What is the process that the board and the general manager have between them if the general manager needs to make a purchase of equipment or a large
The
purchase?
board usually does that.
The board makes the purchase? Does the general manager come to the board and
Well, he
say?
comes to us and tells we need this and we need that, and we'll discuss it and take it from there.
Okay. And the members of the board, do they all have, water utility experience?
Ma'am?
Do all the members of the board have water utility experience?
No,
Okay. I know you said that you live near the, offices of water, or of the Farmdale Water District. How often are you at the offices?
probably a couple of times a week.
Okay. So are you involved with the office work or the billing and those processes?
I'm not in there working with them, but I'm there a lot of times. They'll call me and need to ask a question, or so-and-so needs this answered,
Okay.
and I'll go.
Do you know if they have written policies for the office work, for the billing, and,
I'm sure they do.
okay. I saw in some of the minutes that is, and this is from the data request 3, or the response to the July 1st request in the board minutes that, so Yvonne Hill is a board member? Is that true?
She was,
Oh, she was, okay. And then, was she hired in the office?
she was hired in the office,
Okay, and is she still working in the office?
yes.
Okay. Do you have a lot of board members that work at the water district, or has that been a
There's
practice?
3 of us.
Oh, so you all work for the water district as well?
No, we don't work for the water district, we just board members.
Okay, but Ms. Hill is on the payroll as an office
She
employee.
resigned from the board.
She resigned from the board and then was hired as an office
Hired
employee.
as an office, yes.
Okay. And you've heard us talk about, I think, the May 5th, 19 minutes, or I'm sorry, May 3rd, 19 minutes show that you, when you hired Jamie, the new employee.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so who did Jamie replace?
Ricky,
Okay, so it was Ricky and Mr. Armstrong there after Mr. Robinson left?
right.
Okay, and so was there a time when it was just Mr. Armstrong?
No.
Okay, why did Ricky
Maybe a
leave?
week, maybe 2 or 3 days.
Oh, okay, why did Ricky leave?
He was fired,
Okay, can you tell us why?
insubordination.
Okay, and who made that decision?
Mr. Turner,
And he's a board member, Mr.
Board
Tanner
member.
is a board member? Okay, was there a board meeting on that decision? So board members.
Wait. The decision to fire Ricky was made by one board member,
yes, sir.
and when that one board member said, "You're fired," and then he never came back. Is
Right.
that correct?
Okay, I'm sorry to skip around here, but I just want to make sure and cover, some of the items that we couldn't with Mr. Armstrong, but, who appointed you on, the Board of Commissioners? What judge executive? I'm sure they're not judge executive anymore, but,
I can think of her name.
well, that's okay. Actually, so what kind of relationship does the board have with the judge executive now?
Pretty good relationship.
Do they attend meetings, or?
They have, occasionally, if they need something.
Occasionally, is that your, okay, sorry.
They, the magistrates, come to our meetings pretty regular. We have 2 magistrates, one on each end of our water district, separated. But they usually come to our meetings, sit in and take minutes, take it to the judge.
Does the judge executive or the magistrates, do they advise you as far as coming in for a rate case?
No,
Okay. And do you know, I know that, the vice chair asked Mr. Armstrong, and maybe he referred to a different, is Mr. Tanner your treasurer? Is Mr. Tanner your treasurer of the
yes,
board?
he's
Okay.
treasurer.
Okay, and, Mr. Talley, is he gonna be available to testify?
Yes.
Mr. Tanner, okay. So, but, do you know, just in general, Mr. Tolles, if you are using your depreciation reserve for current expenses at the moment?
Yes.
You are? Okay, has that been an indicator of why you need to come in for a rate increase, or?
No, we didn't indicate it. Our CPA recommended.
Okay, and can I clarify in some of your, let's see, let's go back to that, the third DR in the board minutes. It, refers to, let's see, you got permission to use the money market account from,
Are you referring to some of the minutes?
I
What-
am.
what
I'm
month?
referring to the minutes and I'm trying to find them, to give you an exact date.
Okay, I've got a copy here I can furnish the witness.
Oh, okay,
As
great.
long
I
as you
thought
tell
he
me-
had one. Sorry about that.
As long as you tell me which month.
Right, go ahead.
It's not in that book, it's 5/7 here.
Let's see. Okay, I'm looking at May 3rd, 2018. It's the whole exhibit that you filed in response to July 1st. And it's the, just section on minutes. It was just the updated minutes from that portion. And so it's just May 3rd, 2018.
He has it now.
Okay, and so in that portion of minutes, it talks about the big leak on US 127, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so it looked like in some of your data responses that you thought finding these big leaks, that was gonna be the solution to the water loss. Is that
We thought-
correct?
Yes.
Is that pretty accurate? So, but in discussion with the commissioners and stuff, do you think that that's sustainable with the age of your infrastructure? Just finding these isolated large leaks?
With the age of infrastructure.
With the age of any infrastructure, that would not be sustainable, even the improvement where it says it dropped it down to 15% and things,
That big one, we dropped it to 15%.
right? And so, but is that sustainable with the age of your infrastructure? Is that gonna fix the problem of just these few big leaks that you found? That's really great.
That's not gonna cure it all, no.
Okay, thanks, that's what I was trying to get at. Okay, and then if you, turn on to June 27th, 18, that's where, you referred to the whale leak, is that that's the same one, that 127 leak, is that right?
Yes.
And that is where the board discussed not submitting the quarterly reports. And do you recall discussing that? That, Mr. Robinson was not submitting quarterly reports in accordance with the regulations for the PSC?
I don't know really why he didn't report it.
Okay, and you were cited for years for not filing quarterly meter reports. And it does look like the board discussed it, and you also sent a letter. Was Mr. Robinson sent a letter? Did he approve his letters that he sent to the PSC with the board?
Yes.
Before? Okay, and so it said that he was going to, but they didn't, did they? Okay, so, I just wanted to ask, who is Mr. Rockaway?
He's, gonna be a new customer we've had for quite a while. He owns a trailer park, and it's gonna be changed over to, individual meters in the park. There's 52 meters to go be installed.
Okay, because
May I
Oh,
interrupt?
sure.
I'm gonna leave
Oh.
for the next hearing in a few minutes, but I could probably ask questions for 45 minutes, but I'd like to ask 3 questions before I leave.
Yes,
Then
please
then
go
I'll
ahead.
turn over the meeting to Vice Chairman Cicero. I guess it was indicated earlier, you all have a regular attorney
Yes, sir.
that meets with you on occasion. Is that Mr. Talley or someone else?
No, it's, someone else.
Who is someone else?
Bob Bowman,
And he lives here in Frankfurt?
not Bowman, Jim Boyd.
Jim Boyd?
Yes,
Used to be the county attorney,
yes.
a classmate of mine.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, law firm.
There you go.
Does Mr. Boyd come to every meeting?
No. That's when we think we need him, we call him, he'll come.
The other is, I know that you probably have, go through whatever the annual training is, either at Public Service Commission or Kentucky Rural Water Association, is that correct?
Yes, sir, here.
And probably all your board members do it.
Do it.
It's easier here because it's right
All
in
the
the
same
same town. Kentucky Rural Water, Mr. Larimore, has a program, I guess it's part of it. I'm sure he doesn't do it all the time. But I've seen it because I read all of the training materials that are furnished before we approve the training, all of us do. But one was on corporate governance. And it actually tells how the board functions, the functions of the general manager, and the relationship between the two. And I'd suggest that if you ever have an opportunity to attend that program, or we could probably, our next session that's here in Frankfurt, either have him do it, or I've done one too, have one. I'd suggest that it would help you all to go through that. And the only other thing that I'd like to say is, I guess there's a disconnect, and it's not just with you all, it's with another number of districts where there are continuing deficiencies noted on inspections, but they're never corrected, and they're just carried over from year after year. And some of these just require doing paperwork, right, seeing that it's done. But if they aren't done, I mean, the only way the Public Service Commission can enforce these regulations, and some of them are safety, and is basically to start assessing a civil penalty, not just against the water district, but against the commissioners personally. And we've actually done that on several occasions. And I don't mean that as a threat, but you ought to realize that when you get a report and it says you're not furnishing the meter inspection reports and all that, meter reports, that's all that is somebody doing some paperwork, or having a safety program. I mean, those things can be done, and Kentucky Rural Water will help you with that. There's really no excuse for it, and it just puts you at risk when there's no need to. So I offer that as a helpful suggestion, not as
That
a
happened
threat.
to us one time, and Mr. Robinson failed to make those reports, and it cost us a fine.
Well,
And it hadn't happened since.
one of the things, when we had a water district, I guess in late 2016, and they had a problem. They borrowed, come to ask authorization to borrow money, and the commission approved it. And then they borrowed a lot more money than they were authorized to do, and it turned out it was a lawyer's mistake. They blamed the lawyer, and the lawyer blamed them. And so we had a hearing, and as a result, we were going to perhaps thought about assessing the district, and somebody here said, well, all you're doing is punishing the ratepayers. After that, we decided to punish the commissioners personally who were responsible for it. So I mean, as you know, it's like my old teacher I had said, let a word to the wise be sufficient. All I'm saying is, you probably need to talk to Mr. Boyd or Mr. Talley, and just get those things cleaned up. So when there's another inspection, if there's a deficiency, that you actually get that corrected, because it doesn't cost, your deficiencies don't cost anything to fix,
Right.
you know? Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you all coming.
Mr. Tolles, I just have one more clarification. On the February 1st, 2019 board minutes, at the bottom of the page, it says that Richard talked with David Herod, CPA, about Jan pulling money from the money market account to the regular checking account. And David said it was safe to perform this action, and he will send a letter indicating his approval. Do you know what that was for? Was that for the fence repair, or?
No, we had some CDs come due, and we moved them to money market, to what you've heard of a sweeping account.
Okay. And so would Mr. Tanner know more about like the amount that's in the accounts, and
Yes.
that would be, okay. And then, again, so you said Mr. Rockaway, it says in the board minutes from June 6, 2019, that he was paying $58,864 for the meters, and is that the trailer park?
Yes.
Is what you said? Okay. And also, the board noted the Kentucky Rural Water Association, asking them to come help with leaks and things like that, so.
Right.
Okay, we already discussed that. Okay. As far as state agencies that have helped you, it looks like it's taken a while. And if I'm looking at the board minutes and the inspections, it maybe has taken a while for you to get to the point to ask Kentucky Rural Water for help. Is that, but you did say that RD was helping you locate leaks.
RD, they're for money.
RD is there for money, I understand that, but who is helping you with leaks? Maybe I misunderstood what you said.
Well, you just, the name you just mentioned.
Kentucky Rural Water Association?
Kentucky Real Water, yes.
Okay, so they're already helping you?
Yes, they have. We've called them several times.
Oh, okay. So you have a good relationship with
Yes.
them? Okay, and is that the only agency that's helping you or advising you as far as your
Yes.
leak detection plan?
Yes. Other than what we put in place ourselves.
Okay, do they approach you or do you approach them
We
for
approach
help?
them.
Okay, so you have to call them for help.
Right.
Okay, thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Commissioner Matthews?
I just, and I did this calculation while I was sitting up here. What is your rate for 4,000 gallons? Like your bill for an average customer, 4,000 gallons? Did I see that was around $30?
I recall $30 and change.
Okay. Would it surprise you to learn that the plant board is not twice what yours is? It's $31.20 if you're within the city boundaries and $34.96 if you're outside the city boundary. Just thought I was making sure I didn't need to move. And then on the map, and it's probably an error, but if you have the PSC Exhibit 8, if you look in the north part of the county, there's a section around Chokeville that is colored the same color as the Farmdale.
That's
So
right.
it is yours, so it's just a small section.
It's a small section, yes.
It's legacy, you inherited it,
We taken it over
okay.
from Frankfurt. Frankfurt
Okay.
wouldn't put the border down there for the people, and we asked them to. And
Okay.
they give us that opportunity. We put
Okay.
water down there to them.
And that's served off of an interconnection with the plant board. You
Mhm.
handle the distribution, they give you the water.
Right.
Okay. How many customers? 18?
18.
That's all I had. I just wanted to, I was curious about how the plant board compared, and then I was, just curious about the disjointed system. I hadn't noticed that until I was sitting here. That's it.
So we still have some more testimony to take, and it's already 1:15. I think we'll break until 1:20. Come back in. I'm going to start my questioning, then we'll go to the AG, and if Mr. Talley has any questions. If there's any follow-up by staff, and then we'll proceed through with any other witnesses there might be. So we'll adjourn now until 1:20. Okay, we're back on the record, and I think we're going to continue with our examination of chairman. And I think it's up to me at this point, and I'd like, sure, go ahead.
One
Mr. Talley.
housekeeping matter. I think after we went off
Yes.
the record, then we all agreed among ourselves that our general manager would no longer be needed, and Mr. Armstrong went back to work then during the lunch hour. So he is not here for this afternoon for questioning, but all our board members are here.
Thank you for reminding me, and Mr. Chandler, did you have any objections to that?
No.
And staff?
No objection.
Okay, so we're fine, and he's gone. If we have to call him on his emergency bat phone, we'll call him.
Thank you.
It became apparent this morning that the board seems to be very involved in the day-to-day operations of Farmdale. Would you say that's an accurate statement?
Yes, sir.
And so when we speak of Mr. Armstrong as being the general manager, he's really not doing the duties that you would expect a general manager to do.
No.
who basically has that role, or can you explain a little bit about the board members' involvement in the day-to-day activities?
Well, we pretty much, if someone calls me something that needs to be discussed, I'll contact the board members. Anytime I need to, or they can call me anytime they want to. If Brian, he'll call if he needs something he needs to go get, we can okay him to go get it. He don't take it on himself to spend a dime.
Are you there every day?
Not every day, but my wife says I should take my bed with me.
Okay, so it's more frequent than it's not frequent.
No.
In terms of the everyday decision-making, would the staff at the office contact you or another board member, or would they try to contact Mr.
They
Armstrong?
contact me about 90% of the time.
And you say you've been on the commission since 1983.
Yes, sir.
Do you think that the organization is helped or hurt by the fact that they're so dependent on a commission that, I mean, in your case, I realize you're retired and you probably enjoy this, but at some point you may want to do something else or just bug your wife at home, I'm not sure, but the fact that structurally, from an organization standpoint, the operation is more dependent on its commissioners for day-to-day direction than it should be. Would you agree with that?
To a certain part. Now, anything outside that Brian, outside the office doors, it's Brian's.
Mm-hmm.
And if he, whatever he needs to do, he's got the okay to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Did you say except spend money?
He don't spend no money. No.
So if he needs a part,
Oh, well, no,
He has
I'll
to
take,
call you
well,
and
if he needs
ask?
parts, now he's okay to do that.
okay, so he has boundaries. Does he
Yes.
know exactly what those are?
I'm pretty sure.
Are they dollar, I mean, anything
Well,
below?
He knows not to go spend a bunch of money unless he calls one of us or he contacts us all, then we'll decide.
And define a bunch?
No,
I mean, does he know what a bunch of money
Well,
is?
no,
I mean,
anything-
that's a
anything in
pretty
the-
loose term.
if he's out working on a fire hydrant and needs a new hydrant, he got the okay to go get that, to repair it, get the water back on. Anything in that field. That he has to do with repairing leaks, we don't question it. He goes and gets what he needs to fix it and get all back in working order.
So if I understand that correctly, your response is not a dollar limit, but the type of activity within reason. In
Well,
other words,
if you go buy a new hydrant, it's $4,500.
well, my point was, if he goes and buys a new hydrant, you're okay with that, but if he decided that he was gonna replace 700 feet of line, you might have a problem with him doing that.
Right, we know about that first.
I know. And I think Commissioner Matthews was pointing out that sometimes, well, there's good intent and reasonableness and good and common sense, that's great, but again, sometimes there's parameters that should be established so that we could tell from Mr. Armstrong that he's a very, very hard worker, very dedicated to his job. We were also able to determine that he's not quite certain what all his boundaries are, what actually he can do and can't do, and he's following a set of guidelines that were there when he came, and I don't think have been touched or updated since he got there. Is that,
He doesn't have anything over the secretarial work, the office,
So he's not the general manager,
No.
he is the operations manager.
and just operations.
okay.
So does he know that? Cause it didn't appear this morning
well,
he did.
He wants to be over everything,
Mhm.
but he's not.
So
No.
you don't have a general, you're the general manager.
Right.
Well, then that places a lot of the responsibilities on how the office functions and how information is delivered to the board because you're directly involved in the activities.
The office, is run as well as any clock runs. They're excellent in everything they do. They do it, they may call me 2 or 3 times, and we need to ask you this, or we need to do this. And I go up and talk to them, and I say, well, you're best in that field than I am. And so they'll make a decision, go ahead and do it. And 9 out of 10 times, or 100%, they're right. The one girl's been there 30-some years, and you ain't gonna find a better person in the country.
I always love people with experience. Only issue I have is that people eventually retire or go somewhere else.
Yeah, well, Richard and I talked about that. Look for somebody younger to come in and work with them.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of it is what was discussed earlier, and that's whether there's policies and procedures. In other words, is a legacy knowledge being passed down through some form of memorialized documentation, or is she just really good, has it all in her head, and when she goes, it goes with her?
No, I think she, about 100% of it's all wrote down, and she's got a certain way it's done, and she's got it all wrote down. Somebody else could come in, well, just like Yvonne Hill, she was a commissioner, she changed over to work in the office, and them two worked just together.
So, to give you an idea, we talked about procurement, purchasing. Is there a policy on purchasing that exists in the office that if your office manager were to leave today, that somebody could say, I know how the purchasing function flows, how a PO is issued, who authorizes it, who signs for on the invoice when it's paid? Is there anything like that that exists?
There's no invoice paid unless there's 2 signatures.
Okay. And I'm
Nothing
not arguing with the process you use. I'm saying, is that written down or documented somewhere?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay, and I think that's what we're trying to point out is there's a procedure you have on the operations side, and it helped out when Mr. Robinson ended up leaving prematurely. That's what Mr. Armstrong has used as his Bible. And my only point is, on the office side, again, you have good people, but if something were to happen that those people weren't there or caused them to be gone for an extended period of time, while I appreciate the fact that you're there, you could be on vacation in Key West or somewhere, I don't know. But there's not going to be some roadmap like Mr. Armstrong was able to follow because it doesn't exist on the office side. I think that's something that should be looked at from the board's perspective.
I don't think Mr. Armstrong would know, because he doesn't work in the office.
We're saying that he had the operations manual.
To
when
help
he
you.
took
Yes,
over.
yes, yeah.
But we were wondering if a new office manager came in, would they also have a manual that said, here's how we do everything? Because that's what we've seen in some of the other water districts, is that it's been all in someone's head and they left. To some degree, that's happened here.
I don't know, but I'll find out when I leave here today.
Okay, that's good. You use Herod, you said, as your CPA?
Yes, sir.
And they do your audit, right? Do they, and they're also assisting with entries that an accountant would normally make in terms like a depreciation entry at year end and some of the other, so you've got the same accountant that's putting in entries and being audited at the same time,
Yeah.
doing the auditing? That's a little bit of a control lapse there, because normally you would have someone that actually creates entries in a system auditing the system. That's it's not the best control that you would have out there. How long has Herod been doing the audit / helping out with the accounting?
Since Mr. Robinson died, he had another company that would take them months and months and months to get their taxes done, always late. They don't know how many times they'd file for
So this isn't not very long,
no.
okay. Is it under, is he paid a fixed fee? Is he paid on an hourly basis? Well, how is he retained?
I don't know exactly how he prices it. But it's a little pricey, but
Well, I'm not questioning whether you paid too much or too little. My question is there some way that you know before he engages in services of having an idea of what he's gonna charge, so that when his invoice comes in, you're not surprised at it?
well, we never have been surprised.
Well, let me
It is
phrase
what
it
it is.
differently, so that you can validate what he's charging you.
Yes.
Is there some kind of an agreement of rates, or is there a
Well,
retainer?
every year has been always about the same.
So he gives you an upfront letter that says this is the expected cost of the
No,
audit?
he
and
doesn't do
ser-
that, but we grew up together and good friends, and I know that doesn't mean anything when it comes to
It means
business.
something between the two of you. Again, it goes on to a continuity of operation. After players change, it's always good so that
Yeah. Well,
people know. There should be an engagement letter that's issued by the auditing firm that says, here's what we estimate our services are going to cost. These are the services we're going to perform. We'll need these items from you in order to complete the audit, and our results should be complete by some period of time. That would be a best practices type engagement letter, similar to what you do with an attorney. If you were going to engage an attorney in some kind of an activity where you needed them to perform a service, you would like them to provide you with their hourly rates, what you expected them to do. A lot of times you'd like to have it be a not to exceed, but it depends on what type of activity you're going to
Okay.
engage
I'll
in.
check into that.
Okay. Does the board, it sounds like the board is engaged in basically the HR function. In other words, you are responsible for hiring, firing, raises, anything along those lines, is that
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
Does Farmdale have a pension plan or a 401K or anything like that?
It's retirement with through the state.
Okay, so you use the state system. And those entries are probably made by your office manager and then reviewed by your accountant / auditor? Do you do any type of a personnel evaluation of, in particular, like Mr. Armstrong? It sounds like he's been there a year. He would probably do for some kind of formal evaluation that says, you're doing a great job, you're doing a bad job, you deserve a raise, you don't deserve a raise. Does that happen?
Yes, we do.
So he's been evaluated formally and,
Yes.
okay.
And
That's
the new
good.
person we just hired 3 or 4 months ago, he's done a perfect job, and we've given him a raise.
And through an evaluation, I mean, it goes into a personnel folder with his name on it that says, excellent job, evaluated, we gave him a raise. Has the board considered merging with anyone? I know this question was asked to Mr. Armstrong, and we all heard his response. What about from a board perspective, a consolidation with another district, or has anybody ever approached you to purchase the operation?
Frankfurt,
Frankfurt Plant Board has approached you,
yeah, they have in the past.
and what is the reaction from the board then?
No,
Through an evaluation of the offer, or just because you weren't interested in being part of Franklin Plant Board?
we didn't want them to take us over.
So it was just an out rejection of any type of, in listening to Commissioner Matthews' comparison of rates, which are very similar, and knowing that probably both parties would benefit from an expansion of customer base and probably a decrease in administration, but probably not really negatively impacting Farmdale, because Farmdale really doesn't have that much of a staff to start with, so I'm not sure what economies of scale you'd gain there. But you'd absolutely have access to equipment and other assets that they use for their leak repairs, and obviously, we've already talked that leak repairs run anywhere from 90 to 140,000, depending on what year we look at. Wouldn't that be something that would be?
At our last board meeting, we purchased a truck, an excavator, and a trailer.
Okay,
And it's, gonna be delivered.
I can purchase all those too. I could go out and buy those as well, but it's not really a reflection on anything except I'm either borrowing money or somebody just.
No, we're not borrowing any money.
Okay, so do you know what the reserve balance in the depreciation account is, or would that be a
You'd have to
question?
ask Mr. Tanner that.
Okay, because we all know that spending money isn't necessarily an indicator of anything that's good. It just means that somebody came up with some money and they bought some things that they thought were good at the time.
I don't know the exact dollar, but
It's still something that the board shouldn't reject out of hand, because your fiduciary responsibility is to your customers, not from the perspective of whether Farmdale continues as an independent operation, but more from the perspective of what is best for our customer. Are they better off because they're consolidated with somebody else, you're sold to somebody else, or we're doing a great job, we stand on our own, but there should be an evaluation that says this is why we rejected it, not just because we reject it. Is that a fair enough statement?
yes, sir.
I don't have anything else. Mr. Chandler? She's already had her shot at the,
I only get one.
she gets another chance after you. She might want to comment on something you say.
So if requested, would you be able to provide the formal evaluation that you performed for Mr. Armstrong?
Yes.
So there's a piece of paper that the Attorney General could request and you all could provide in the record? Okay,
Are you requesting one?
I will, and I guess at the end, but, yeah,
that's fine.
that'd be a post hearing.
Okay.
Mr. Talley, does the witness have a copy of the notice of filing? That
Yes.
includes all
All the minutes.
board minutes?
Yes, he does.
Okay. Would you mind does he have that in front of him?
Yes, he has it.
All right, do you have the item in front of you that says notice of filing on the front of it?
Yes, he has that.
Okay. And do you mind a turn? It's about halfway back in there to the be on the right page. The October 5th, 2018 minutes at the Farmdale District.
October?
Yes, sir. Let me know when you're there.
I don't see a number on that one.
There you go.
Yes.
Okay. Do you see the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 6th line down that starts off water loss for the month of September?
Yes.
All right. So it says water loss for the month of September is 40.9%. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And then the next sentence says perplexed because no one has notified Brian of any water leaks. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
All right, so let me ask you a couple questions. Who was perplexed?
Brian?
Brian was perplexed. And Brian is Mr. Armstrong that we spoke to earlier?
Yes.
And so I want to ask as a general matter, you've heard questions here today about a water loss detection plan or any plan to address water loss. You've heard that today? And does the board have a written plan to address water loss?
We've gotten together and discussed hiring more help. We've purchased more material to do work with, to help with locating. And personally ourselves have been riding around, looking, have to repair. I've got out in my truck and worked on repairing water leaks many a night.
And I appreciate that all those things should lead to a lower water loss, but that's not necessarily the question. The question is, does the board have a written policy or plan to address ongoing water loss?
No.
And do you think that would be something that would help?
Probably so,
A prioritization of issues?
yes.
And something that you can set goals or metrics or targets? And sorry, for the court reporter, do you mind to give an audible answer?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I know it's hard for her. She just has to write head nod every time. So, how about a plan that's written that you can come back to and say what is working and what's not working? Would that be helpful?
Yes.
And is that something that our office can expect the board to do within the year?
Yes.
And is it an expectation that as chair of the board that you would lead that effort?
Yes, sir.
You mind to turn to the next page there? It's a October 15th, 2018 special meeting.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is a week after or 10 days after that previous meeting, right?
Yes, sir.
So, do you know whether or not Farmdale provided notice of the special meeting?
No,
You don't know?
they didn't.
Okay. And whether or not you provided notice or not is not reflected in the minutes at all, correct?
Right.
Okay. Who keeps minutes? Let me withdraw that question. Who kept these minutes?
Craig Blanton.
Okay. Is Mr. Blanton still on the board?
No, sir.
And who will be keeping minutes going forward?
Rob Gardenhire.
All right, can you spell Rob's last name for me?
Garden
Okay.
Hire. H-I-R-E.
H
A-I-R. H-I-A. That seems that name.
I-R-E. Okay. Hire.
Hire.
Okay. Garden and hire. Okay. Rob. And so, looking at these minutes, can you tell me what happened in this meeting?
Well, the board approved to him as treasurer,
Who?
Richard Turner,
Okay.
Tanner.
And who nominated Mr. Tanner to be treasurer?
I did.
And who seconded that?
Craig Blanton.
And how do you know that?
He was there.
Yeah, but you know that because there's only 3 commissioners, right? And you know you were the one that nominated him, and Mr. Tanner didn't second himself, did he?
No.
Okay. And so would you agree that as a person reading these minutes, they would have no idea who moved or seconded that nomination?
Right.
And would you agree that as a general matter, the minutes need to be overhauled?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the expectation that Mr. Gardenhire will do a better job of keeping minutes?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, we've already taken care of that. We've hired a lady to come in and take the minutes,
Okay.
and he's there with her, and she takes it and he takes it home and prints it.
Were you here earlier? We were talking about the safety program.
Yes, sir.
And you're the person in charge of the safety program?
Yes, sir.
Do you think it makes more sense for employees to be in charge of the safety program rather than the board?
Well, they're out in the field working, and I don't know, they know what kind of shape their equipment in, but we have always had a program in sight and on hand that every business meeting, we go out and check our equipment, go over it, look at it, see if it needs, if it needs any repairs or service. And that's been written down every month. But the last few months, they've been changing hands and everything else, it's been lax.
Well, yeah, so what line of business were you in before
Plumbing
you retired?
contractor,
Say that again?
plumbing contractor,
Okay, so were you, during your entire career, were you your own boss or did you ever work for somebody else?
well, for 5 years I worked for another plumber.
Okay. And, but, as an employee, would you agree that it was beneficial to know with some sort of direction and clarity what your job was?
Yes, sir.
And would you agree that Mr. Armstrong may need a bit more clarity as to where his job starts and where his job ends and what the board's expectations of him are?
Yes, sir.
And when he was hired, would you agree that that may have been an oversight by the board not to set that out at the outset?
Yes, sir.
And the other gentleman that was hired, his first name's Jamie, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Just for the record, what was his last name? It's okay, we'll leave it with Jamie, that's fine. Do you believe that the board set out the direction and responsibilities for his job at the outset?
Yes, he told me he would be under Brian Armstrong.
And so, go ahead, excuse me.
He'd be under Brian Armstrong's guidance.
Okay, and Jan that runs the office, right? Do you believe that she knows her duties, and would you agree that she knows her duties? Withdraw that. Do you believe that she knows her duties because the board told her what her duties are, or because she's been doing it 30 years and it's just as custom, she understands?
She understands. She's been doing it 30-some years, and
But she doesn't know necessarily because the board told her, she just found out from on the job.
right.
And if you all are gonna get serious about fixing the water loss, you would agree that there needs to be clear goals, there needs to be direction from the board, and there needs to be direction to the employees as to what's expected from them to fix the problem?
Right.
In terms of finances, would you agree that would be questions for Mr. Tanner?
Sir?
In terms of finances, you would agree that would be a question for Mr. Tanner?
I could tell you, but I couldn't tell you the dollar, about the end of the dollar.
That's fine. I expect a staff may call Mr. Tanner, so I'll wait to ask him questions. So, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Talley?
I don't believe I have any.
Ms. Caney?
I have no further questions from Mr. Tolles, but we would like to hear from Mr. Tanner, please.
Let me see if Commissioner Matthews.
I don't.
The only last question I have for you, if you don't mind. When the AG, when Mr. Chandler asked you the question about safety, and you went through your discussion about the equipment is examined at business meetings, safety isn't just about whether the equipment is safe, it's about what procedures you have for your employees and what constitutes safe, and safety meetings, what kind of protective gear you wear. There's all kinds of other items that would be considered that promote safety, okay? Is there any type of program like that Farmdale has?
Pardon me. We need to ask you to go ahead and sit down so we can make sure we get the recording. Thank you.
We've never discussed that problem. We don't have, other thing, we've been checking our equipment, make sure it's working like we discussed. We've been told, I've told them numerous times, don't put yourself in a hard place you can't get out of.
So, you've got two guys working on a project, okay? And I'm working alongside the road and I'm excavating. And I got one guy that's digging and the other guy is either helping him direct the hoe or he's directing traffic. I'm not sure which. But the guy may be looking in the hole and gets hit by a vehicle, or the guy running the backhoe accidentally hits him. You will have OSHA in a heartbeat.
We do have flags and cones, things we set out on the road.
So there's some kind of procedure that exists that says when you're working in a zone like this, these are the things you're supposed to do?
Yes, sir.
As a matter of verbal encouragement or a written policy, or how does it work? Is there a safety manual? I guess that's the question.
I don't know what safety manual we have.
Okay. All right, that's fine. I don't have any other questions. You may be excused. Ms. Koenig, do you have a?
Yes. We'd like to hear from Mr. Tanner, please.
Mr. Tanner? You raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct?
I do.
Please be seated.
Mr. Tanner, state your full name and your home address.
Richard Lynn Tanner, 5320 Sleepy Hollow Road, Frankfort, Kentucky.
How far from the water office do you live?
Probably about 5 miles.
You live in Franklin County.
Yes, I do.
And when were you appointed as commissioner?
In September of 2018.
Now, were you appointed to fill out someone else's term?
I was Mrs. Hill, Yvonne Hill.
So Mrs. Hill resigned off the board and started working in the office,
That's correct.
and then you, the judge and fiscal court appointed you to fill out her term.
Yes, sir.
And I believe your term expires in 2021, I think. Does that sound right?
That is correct. May of 2021.
Now, currently you're what, treasurer?
Yes, sir.
And before that, what were you? Or were you-
I have, well, okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm retired.
Well, we'll get into that in a second, but as far as your position on the board,
Oh,
when you were appointed to the board and started serving, did you start out as treasurer?
I did.
And you still have that position?
Yes, sir. Nobody wants it.
Now, before, I assume you're retired at this point.
Yes, sir.
What was your day job before then, when you was working?
I was executive director of the Kentucky Magistrates and Commissioners Association, and I also work with the Kentucky Cole County Coalition
Here in Frankfort?
here in Frankfort.
Now, that's a statewide organization, the Kentucky Magistrate and Commissioners Association.
Yes, sir.
How long did you have that position?
I worked in
Approximately.
approximately 25 years.
Now, what's your educational level?
I have a master's degree in adult education.
Just out of curiosity, when the judge appointed you to serve on the board, did he give you any specific instructions or guidance or orders?
Well, he said he was concerned about the water loss, but he said he was not going to micromanage anything, that he just wanted us to work with the board to try to get that into a reasonable level, which is 15%, but as set by the PSC, the way I understand it. And we've diligently done that.
I'll turn the witness over to you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Tanner. How you doing?
Fine.
Okay, I've heard you making a few comments throughout the morning. Was there anything that you wanted to say off the bat?
Yes, but I'm not going to.
Okay. I see you're following your counsel's advice, so that's good. Okay, well, I just have a few questions, and then I think the vice chair has some more detailed questions, but just to follow up from what Mr. Tolles testified to. So do you create the budget?
No, I don't. Jan, our office person, manager, bookkeeper, and Mr. David Harrod do that. They present that budget to me, and we submit that to DLG for their recording on their website at the proper time.
Okay, and, so, local government, do they provide any help,
No,
or assistance?
they do not
You
provide
just
any
submit
help.
it.
We comply with the law that was passed, we report to them.
Okay, and then Mr. Tolles said that you are using your depreciation reserve right now for current expenses.
Well, we're chasing leaks as hard as we can, and that's caused us to have to, well, that and the leaks, obviously, caused us to have to dip in our reserve, but it's not, well, anytime you do that, I guess it's serious, but we're still financially sound.
Okay, and then you heard me ask Mr. Armstrong and Mr. Tolles about whether you did an annual assessment of whether, you just said financially sound, but how your rates are covering the expenses for the district.
Well, we just met last week with our auditors and went over our complete audit return, and we're still in reasonably good shape, and we still have, if we get our leaks under control, which it appears like we are, we have another good month, we'll be in pretty good shape, and we'll not need, obviously, can't get a rate increase, the way I understand it, when you have 30% water loss anyway. But we're not looking for one, not asking for one. We're going to, though, we're looking at change. I'm repeating a lot of things that already been said here, and so y'all stop me if I'm,
Well,
shouldn't be.
you made a comment about you can't get a rate increase if you have more than 15% water loss, and your rate increase is reduced by the excess over 15%, which means that you can have a rate increase. The commission will penalize you for being over the nationally recognized 15% water loss or non-revenue water level, and that doesn't mean you're not going to obtain additional revenue, it just means that you're not going to receive everything that somebody might have thought. And this commission has tried to make it clear that we're willing to do surcharges in order to address infrastructure needs that might have been disqualified under that 15% limit. So I just wanted to make sure that you understood that if a rate increase was necessary for the viability of the operation, there are avenues to approach without just saying you can't get a rate increase.
well, thanks for clarifying that for me. I'm not gonna hide behind being a new member. Rob has that now. So, but I am learning a lot. It's been a very informative meeting just for me, today. We are pursuing those leaks, and do not financially need a rate increase right now. We're most months positive, a few $1,000s, some months not because of having to do a lot of extreme work to chase leaks, and that's fine in the long run. If our trend continues from 30 to 20, if that stays at 20 for a couple of months, that's $60,000 right there.
It's a big change.
That's a big change, and
favorable
it's a lot of
change.
money. So that's $60,000. We have, maybe I'm volunteering too much information, and you asked me the questions, and
You
I'd
never
like to ask
volunteer
them.
too much information. Ask Mr. Talley. He'll tell you.
Well, to a point.
Okay.
You might be for him, not for us.
Not for us. We like all the information you want to give.
Well, we're looking at it, upgrading those 60-year-old lines, but in 1960, I mean, they're nearly 60 years old. And the tank, when you first turn the water on, now it don't just shoot all the water, bust all the lines, but it starts stretching those and stressing those old lines, and it causes leaks any way you look at it. And the people now getting a shower and can get clean. The only thing is they're running out of hot water quicker. But the pressure's good, and we're moving on, and we have a different board now than we had a year ago because 2 new members on it. You pointed out some things that need to be addressed. They will be. Mr. Tolles already said that they was, and he's correct. He's a good chairman. I think there's some understanding that needs to be made over who's over what. And we'll get that taken care of too. But whether or not Jan, has written down everything she's supposed to do, she might have, I don't know. Most of the time, we just ask her what we're supposed to do.
Mhm.
But anyway, I'm sorry.
So let me ask a quick question before Mr. Koenig continues here. You're the second time I've heard too much pressure going into a home that's causing, in this case, you said the hot water tank to run out quicker, other people saying that there was much more pressure than they wanted. Isn't there a pressure relief control valve in residences that can,
I want to clarify any answer I make. I am not a hydraulic engineer.
okay,
But I know that more water is in that tank, and the higher up it is, the more pressure.
I understand that.
Okay, so I know that the more pressure that you put on a line, if it's a half an inch or an inch, the more water comes out of it.
I understand the
So
stress
if you
part of it.
so if you got a shower, you're taking a shower and you're running 40 or 50 pounds or 60 pounds pressure in your house, and was running 30, you're gonna run way more water through that line.
And that's where my question comes in. Isn't there a pressure relief valve that exists inside a residence that controls the amount of pressure that comes through that line?
My guess would be, that would be a question for him, but I think that you can get a regulator and put on the house side of the,
Right.
a meter, and it would reduce that pressure, but I guess that would be the homeowner's responsibility.
So it's not a code or anything that as far as Farmdale's district or where the local government doesn't require that type of a device in the home?
No, I think the pressure at the in-house, the last house on the line, is required by you, PSC.
To be high enough.
High
Not
enough.
to be low enough.
I thought, yeah,
To
there
be
has,
high enough.
well, that's correct. I understand the high or low, what is it the same, is high and low the same at the in-house?
My only comment is, that I live in northern Kentucky. They're required to have some kind of a pressure release or pressure control, that you can actually control the pressure coming into the house for, if it's high, you can turn it down, and
I don't believe that's a code here. We don't require it.
that was more of a curiosity question. I'm sorry, Ms. Kenny.
It's okay. So you just said that you're not a hydraulic engineer.
No, ma'am.
Okay, and so would you agree that, it looks like your background was not in water utilities, is that
That's
fair?
correct. My background is mostly in education and PR, I guess, public relations.
Okay, and, when Mr. Tolles was testifying, he explained that he does make a lot of the technical decisions. He's there every day, and staff refers to him, and then I think Mr. Armstrong said that, or maybe Mr. Tolles testified to this, but the board is making the technical decisions for the general manager, instead of the general manager, advising the board of what his technical expertise is. Is that accurate?
Well, that statement is accurate, but I think you have to apply that both ways. The flow of information goes both ways. It comes from Brian Armstrong and from the board.
Okay.
It don't just flow one way, no ma'am, or
Okay.
yes ma'am, whichever way you said it.
Okay, well, and you've already said that you're gonna improve the boundaries of, and job descriptions and
We need to work
who
on
needs,
that, yes.
I understand, okay. But you are in charge of the finances, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and we have talked about the rate increases, and would you admit that it's not just your, let's see, you said we don't need a rate increase because we're $1,000 in the plus, because of, or something similar to that, but there are other reasons to come in, for a rate increase. Would it, perhaps an additional employee, or reassessing your whole system to make, if part of a water loss detection plan, if you maybe sought the advice from somebody who is an engineer or does have water utility experience, if they put together a plan for you to maybe address things operationally different, would that be a reason to
Well, I
come
try
in
to-
for a rate
I can-
increase?
I guess I may get some of this is opinion, but we're fixing to upgrade our lines. We're gonna obviously be here to ask for a rate increase to cover that loan. It'll be a 40-year loan, maybe, if you all approve that rate. It's probably a $2 million project. It'll eliminate a lot of these leaks, but if we can get that down. So now an hour, that's over here. So let me go back and try to answer that question. If we can reduce to 15% and save $92,000 a year, we will not need to raise rates until that time.
Understood, understood. And what you're talking about coming in to cover the project is, getting an 023 loan approved, right, through RD? Is that correct?
That would be correct. I'm sure, I think you're asking questions I might not really know.
Well, I understand, but on a high level, you're going through an engineer who's
Correct.
designing the project, and they're gonna go get funding from RD, and then you're gonna come to the commission to approve it. And in that instance, the commission doesn't, that process, the commission doesn't go look at your books and your whole financial status to make sure that everything is getting paid for. We have to look at what RD and their assessment was.
Okay.
So to get back to my point, I think that you heard Mr. Tolles talk about the length of time between rate cases and the decision on when to get a rate case. And do you believe that decision is with the board or the general manager?
Well, I think he answered that correctly. We have to listen to his suggestions and what's going on, but, I mean, he can't ask you all for a rate increase. I think the board has to do that, so it has to go through us. We gather the information from him, and basically, you're gonna be gathering the information from how much money comes in and how much is going out. It would appear to me like it wouldn't have a lot to do with any management. It would be all fact. And so that's the way I would look at it. If you have enough cash flow, then why would you want, unless you wanted, you gotta look at depreciation, a lot of factors in there, but it's still all fact.
Right.
If there was a mistake, and there have been many mistakes, let me back up on that. We went from, for what was the last rate increase 4 or 5 years ago? Never had but 2, so it should have probably been at least 3, one in between, but it wasn't. But we would have, they didn't see any need for that, and I'm not questioning that board because they didn't see any need for it.
Okay.
I don't think I answered that question, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. What I'm getting at is maybe, I think Mr. Chandler said you don't know what you don't know, but if the board doesn't have water utility experience, but they're making all of the technical decisions for the water utility, and I know that Mr. Tolles has a long history with the water utility, but you're not getting any advice from Kentucky Rural Water or other state agencies on how to address the water loss. There's no written plan, there's no goals, there's nothing set in stone as far as that goes. And then you're also just not planning for, a separate leak detection employee or what that would cost. You're talking about the $92,000 of if you could get your 15% down, that would save a certain amount of money, but you have no plan to do that or to fund that plan either. So I'm just saying, would it stand to reason there's other reasons to come in for a rate case, or even to, first of all, ask for some advice from people that would have more expertise?
I agree with them. We need all advice we can get.
Okay.
I guess part of what I said, in saving, and hiring more staff is not, is on the table, and we're trying to find somebody. We run an ad in the paper and hired Jamie, and now we needed another employee. I guess what I was thinking about, if we could hire somebody and cut that down near 15%, there would be plenty of money to pay for that person, even if we front him anyway, or her, as the case may be.
Yeah.
And so that if we do reduce that loss, we can still pay that person and have some money left to put in reserve in case we need it. But we do need staff, there's no question about it. At one time, we only had 1 field man, and we always had 2 office staffs, but for a few days, it wasn't very long, we hired Jamie, but then we're short-staffed, there's no question about it.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, and I think you answered my question about the cost analysis and that you are doing that, taking that into account. I have no further questions.
Commissioner Matthews?
I don't have any.
So you were appointed the treasurer at the same time you were appointed to the commission, correct?
Basically, yes, sir.
Have you read financial statements or been involved in any type of managerial type on the finance side activity?
Yes, sir, I've read financial statements many
Okay,
times
so you-
before, yes, sir,
So you're familiar with that?
yes, sir. Somewhat, I'm not an expert now.
Well, that's okay, as long as you have an idea of what you're doing, that's always a good start.
That's,
So what reports are prepared for the board by the office manager in terms of, for the meetings that occur on a monthly basis? Financial reports?
the financial report on a monthly basis is prepared, every check that is written is listed in the invoice of what it was for, et cetera, and every income, the income statement is the same, everything from, we collect a little money for collecting a sewer rate for some people out of sewer, we get a commission from that, all that's listed on income, and all expenses is listed, and there's two numbers at the end, you can tell which one was the biggest, pretty easy.
So is there any you said that there was a budget prepared for the fiscal year. Is there a comparison on a month-to-month, year-to-date basis that says, here's what the budget was, and here's the money that we collected, and the money spent, and here's the difference and what accounts for it?
Our budget analysis monthly or quarterly is probably insufficient, but we'll try to work on that too. We do it monthly, but we don't compare that to the overall budget, and we probably should.
Oh, yeah, because it kind of tells you whether you're spending too much or not, or you're way under one or the other.
Hopefully, our income is always more than they say.
Well, that's good to a point. If you underestimate by too much, that means that you have opportunities probably to increase your spending on leak detection, and you have the money to do it.
Well, I don't disagree. I mean, I'll agree what we need to do is improve on many things,
And I know that you're coming in here and saying, the darn state agency is trying to give us too much information. We're operating pretty good on our own, and we don't have the manpower to do all this, but we're trying to give you an idea. We're evaluating utilities that have a high water loss, and we find that in a lot of cases, and we aren't pointing fingers here, but we're going through the same questions with everyone, as some of it has to do with mismanagement and misunderstanding what goes on. We've certainly found out that different organizations are run differently, and some are well run for not necessarily the greatest reasons. It appears that you guys have a handle of what's going on, but I'm not sure that the continuity of the organization will continue to be successful. It's successful because of who's there now, okay? Which is different than if you were to resign tomorrow, that you could say, or Mr. Tolles were to resign tomorrow, that we could say a week from now, everything is gonna run exactly the same and everything will be fine, because I'm not sure that's the case. But I would suggest that there are ideas that will be offered up when an order comes out, and suggestions on how to improve. Again, understanding that limited by size sometimes prevents the best and optimal operating practice, just like with your accounting function, okay?
well, I don't think any of the board members, and I think speak for them, we're not opposed to rejecting any ideas that make us better. There's 7,500 people, more or less, looking to take a shower in the morning in our district, and they got to turn the water on. So it's not like it's just a water district. It consists of people.
Exactly.
And we've done them a good job. Obviously, you've heard the AG office just say we were third lowest. So they've been doing something right. I hadn't been there 7 months, but.
Kent's always complimentary. Do you have a capital budget, or are you involved in a capital budget?
I'm not involved in the capital budget, no.
And
So you're, I'm assuming that that's our, in capital investment plans, et cetera. I hadn't been there long enough to, make sure, the only one I'm involved in is the ongoing one that we have now, the future capital
Okay.
investment.
so the project that will eventually come before RD for funding and eventually before us for approval, that would be considered part of your leak prevention program, and it would also be part of your capital spending plan.
That's correct. We're also trying to upgrade equipment, which could be considered capital investment, even though it's probably a lot shorter term.
Asset lives don't have a lot to do to deter whether it's on the books or not. It has to do with whether it's considered an item that's extended for a period of time, and you generate revenue off of it, and the expense isn't associated with the initial period, so you extend it out and depreciate it, and that way you extend the expense to go with the revenue. So, I mean, capital spending isn't necessarily just because it's a pickup truck, it doesn't qualify. Obviously it does, depending on what the life of the truck is. It does kind of, who's responsible for the asset ledger? Is that the office manager?
Yes.
And, or does she calculate depreciation or establish
No.
lives, or is this?
No, maybe I misspoke. The person that's in charge of our depreciation and, all that would be through our auditor.
Okay, so the auditor sounds like he's pretty involved in the accounting side of it.
His financial reports that we have just got through was very thorough, from assets to depreciation to cash on hand, et cetera. Does a good job. And we're gonna, we can provide those 5 years, probably. I got one in a truck. I could, if you need it today.
Well, you are supposed to file them with the commission, just so you know, on an annual basis. So if they haven't been filed, we will be
Well,
asking.
we can do that. It's not a problem. There's a lot of oversight. It's not a problem. We just, I don't know what, I'm probably the dumbest person here as far as to know what BSC requires, but as soon as we find out, it'll be done. There's no reason why we can't give you those 5 years and just a matter of one day or two.
You come to the training here at the commission?
I do, yes. I
Okay.
did.
Okay, that's good. 'Cause I mean, a lot of that type of responsibility for commissioners is provided during that training session. That's the only reason why I mentioned that.
Do the commissioners get paid?
Yes, we do. Our commissioners receive $400 a month.
All three of you, the chair's not different?
The treasurer actually gets $200 a year extra.
Try not to spend all that in one place.
My wife tells me not to do that.
But the chair gets the same amount?
The chair gets $400, yes. I'm the only one that gets a bonus.
That was it. No, that was a curiosity.
Who did you say signs the checks again when payments are made?
Myself and Jan, our office manager, Sanders.
All right, and Jan is responsible for revenue collection and making the deposits into the bank?
She doesn't make the deposit in a bank. Yvonne usually does that.
Okay, and then who does the bank reconciliation?
Jan would do that, yes,
Okay, but
not Yvonne.
But all of those routine accounting functions are performed by Farmdale's staff, not anything by the outside auditor.
No, not cash flow, not cash on hand. No, that's all done in-house. Yes, sir.
In developing your engineering plan that you're going to use for this upcoming project, who is the liaison between the engineer, who picked the engineering firm, and how does?
Well, we ran an ad in the paper, basically specifying submit request to be the engineer, whatever that
Okay.
is. And as a matter of fact, we made sure that our tear sheet complied with what you all wanted us in there, because I did do that. And we only had one apply, and that was HMB. And which surprised me a little bit, and then we obviously selected them and we scored them, but they were the only one that applied. So I think after the fact, there was some other companies wanted to know when we were gonna do it, and I said, well, we did. And, you know, and we did comply, we had it in the paper, et cetera, and nobody showed interest except them.
Okay, so HMB says we wanna do this project. Do they meet with you or Mr. Tolles or the board in general, or how is the plan progressed to determine what it is that they're supposed to do and what their charge is?
Well, they met with the board to determine what the scope of the project would be, but I believe their charge is set in the statute.
Oh, I wasn't referring to how much I wasn't referring to their fees. I was referring to the direction that's being given to them. Who's the liaison that's giving that direction?
Well, we hadn't decided if they have one person they contact. I guess right now would be Clifford, because he's the chair, and he probably would know more about there would be no need of asking me where the AC line is, because I hadn't been here 61 years. But, so then we have to use his historical expertise and knowledge, so he has to be the contact to them for that. And also, not only just him, but also Brian. But as far as the board goes, we meet with the engineers whenever they want to update us on what's going on. They come and meet with the board at our meeting.
What stage would you say this project is?
A half, we're very early stage. They're working on it. They've given us some preliminary numbers and determined which lines need to be replaced and what size we're going to and those kind of things. And that's where we are.
So did they receive information from Mr. Armstrong that says, look in this area, or did the board say, we think this is where the problem was, or when you put out the bid, did you say, we want to replace this section of line because it's the worst?
The way I understand it, you're probably asking the wrong person, because I'm gonna kind of plead the fifth, but, Mr. Tolles would know those questions, and the focus that I think is not necessarily 100% leak was upgrade AC lines that are too small, making them bigger, including economic development in the future. A lot of people in the county thinks that there's gonna be growth down 127, and that we need to be prepared for that. And that's some of the charges that we have heard from the county judge, even though he didn't specifically tell us to go out and do anything. Told we wasn't gonna micromanage anything, and he hadn't, but he thinks there's gonna be a lot of growth in this area. They're working on sewer out there, and if they ever get all that worked out, they think it'll boom, and if it does, we need to be prepared for that. The landfill is in part of our district, and they want more water to fight fires with, and has agreed to help us finance part of it, especially when it goes out there if they make the line big enough. But the other side of the coin is if you get the line too big, the way I understand it is, you can't ever bleed it all off. If there's not enough people using water in there, it'll get stagnant. So you gotta have somebody knows what they're talking about, and it ain't me, excuse me.
Flushing becomes very expensive when you have a large capacity line that isn't having enough flow.
So that flow in that line obviously is part of the consideration. That's why those people are hired to do it.
So go ahead.
Are they being paid now, or they'll be paid out of the project?
They'll be paid out of the project. They suggested maybe they get upfront money, but we suggested maybe they couldn't.
That was a good suggestion on your part.
You've got the bargaining chip.
Is this divided into zones, in other words?
5 zones, yes, sir.
Okay, and the zone that's for economic development down 127, is that a separate zone to be priced separate?
No, it's not a separate zone. It's matter of fact, I wish Brian was here to answer those questions, and maybe Clifford could. It might split 2 of them. I don't understand exactly where if they're gonna put an industrial park out there or what. You know, that's right outside the city limits where it's zoned industrial development out there by the sculpture park, a little bit north of it, all in there, maybe where they're talking about where the industry might come. But then the homes there's a lot of farms out there that tried to be, thought about, was for sale for a while because they thought somebody would subdivide them, but now we're getting way off the line of saving water, we're gonna fix leaks.
Well, the only reason why I ask is because the ratepayers become burdened if you start the economic development before it actually shows up. And that's why I ask if there's a separate zone for the area that the mayor thinks may expand commercially, but the seeds haven't been planted yet.
Yep. I'm not real familiar with planning and zoning of the county, but I believe the only part right now that is zoned commercial would be around, and don't penalize me if I'm wrong, but that to be around that service station that's down 127 on the right. That's a little truck stop, mini truck stop, if you've been down there. That, on that side of the road, both sides of the road, I think is zoned commercial. I don't know what's on this map or not.
At any rate, that's something to consider when you're evaluating this project, when the engineers come back to you. Do you know what the reserve balance is for the depreciation?
Yes, sir, at the end of 2018 audit, we had $920,000 plus dollars.
Oh, that's very good. I mean, based on the size of your operation, I'd say that you're actually maintaining at least a somewhat, can't say without looking at the financials, but it's much better than I would have expected you would have said. So,
It was a very good financial condition when I started. I had nothing to do with it.
but keep doing whatever they're doing.
And that has been tapped into for the equipment.
But, I beg your pardon?
Some of that reserve money has been spent for,
Well,
the-
Mr. Toles told about the equipment, but he didn't actually say all of it. All that's used equipment, so it's not new. And, that's the reason that we were able to purchase three, a truck, an excavator, and a dump trailer. They're all, none of them are new.
I
But,
don't,
and that we did.
I'm
we
not
tried-
saying you
we
didn't
hadn't got
spend
the
too
bill.
much or not,
We
I'm
will
saying
have to,
you,
you know,
it's
we-
not $920,000 now.
No, we may have to dip into it to get a little that out, and we have dipped into it a little bit under some construction projects, repair projects. We had to hire somebody to bore under the highway. They was concerned about our safety issues, about who's gonna flag if you got something in 127. We're gonna go under the road, we're not gonna go through it. So, that would make sure, I mean, I know that was a point, but the point is, we're not gonna be in the middle of the road flagging people going under the road.
That's another item for your asset ledger, your purchasing of vehicles and whatever. I don't have anything else. Mr. Chandler?
And just very few things, Vice Chairman. The budget, you mentioned that the two people who create the budget are the office manager and the auditor.
And, yes, and me, but I just go over it with them, they tell me what they're putting in it. I'm the treasurer, I know what, I don't, very much input that I have in it.
Yeah, so, but, and I appreciate that it's, that Jan in the office seems to be very competent, and I heard your testimony today about the auditor. Is it your understanding that they understand what the capital needs in the field are?
The auditors?
Jan or the auditor?
Jan probably would, the auditors would not know what the capital needs are, they're number people.
And Jan would know just because of her conversations with Brian?
And the board, yes.
You know, if would you agree that if you guys are gonna have, these capital improvement plans, you're gonna get a leak detection, or a plan to fix the leaks, and, you've got these capital improvements on the way that maybe including having a more collaborative effort there to figure out what may actually be needed operationally may be important in creating a reasonable budget?
Well, the answer to that would be yes. Of course, we're gonna try to use every resource that we can, including in the future. Now, I'd say the future leak detection is gonna be done all by drones anyway. So as soon as they get that technology done, we're gonna jump right in there. We're gonna have us a drone that'll detect cold and hot, and in the wintertime, we're gonna look for hot stuff, and in the summertime, we're gonna look for cold, and we're gonna find leaks. That's just on the horizon. It's not, and might be very near, and it would be a big asset.
But a lot of your system is 50+ years old, right?
Yeah, 61, yes.
So I mean, but does Jan understand? I mean, do these two people understand how things are operating in the field? What things may need to be replaced in 5 years, in 4 years? What the meters look like? The number of meters that are pulled? What
No,
condition?
I would say that she would have little knowledge on what, she'd probably know how old they are, maybe, but not whether they need to be replaced. That would not be under her purview anyway.
But you would agree that the original parts of the system are becoming either fully depreciated or at the end of their life, right?
At least half of it is probably.
And so having some knowledge of what capital may be required in the field is going to be important in these budgets the next 10 or 15 years.
Well, that would be, the capital, if we can get our plan approved and finished within 2 years, we might be to 20 or 30% it's aging. I may be missing the point.
That's just one project,
Okay,
right? That's what you're talking about, $2 million for one project,
yes, sir.
right? You've got a whole lot. How many miles does that project cover?
Well, it's about, I'd have to go get my map, but it's probably 5 or 6 actual miles, 7 maybe.
And how many miles of line do you all have?
I don't know. I heard an answer, somebody said earlier, give a number, but I thought that was high. 400 or something, what was they said? Is that right?
Didn't know a lot of mine.
Well, maybe it is. We got 400 miles. How many miles we're talking about doing, Chris?
May I approach real quick?
You may.
Yeah, this is just PSC 3, the annual report right here, has the distribution facilities with the miles of water line.
250 miles.
250 miles, you're talking about 5 miles. Do you get what I'm asking questions about in terms of asset renewal, using depreciation reserves, planning for budgets over the next 10 years?
Well, that's probably gonna have to fall under the office manager, the treasurer, or the board, excuse me, and the auditor, whoever that might be. Because the planning for the reserves is gonna have to come from somebody that knows how to figure how much you need to put in reserves. I mean, on our last loan, the government told us how much we had to put in there every month.
How much, who's gonna know how much line needs to be replaced?
Well, that's
Are
gonna
you
be.
including the guy out in the field who knows the lines?
Well, that's gonna be Brian. He knows enough lines that need to be.
And that was the question. You
Yeah.
weren't including him in your list of
No,
people that
okay.
Would you agree, none of your answers included anybody in the field? It was the auditor and the office manager.
Well, you're
and a
trying to
member of the
put, you
board.
put numbers. I guess I'm going down the road of numbers, which is incorrect. I should be going down the road of people. So if the people, it's gonna have to be Brian, and it's gonna have to be, the chairman of the board and Jan. Those 3 people are the people that know the lines, not me.
And what I'm asking is there an acknowledgement by the board that the numbers just follow the needs?
Well, yeah, the numbers follow the need, yes, that's correct.
And Jan doesn't know what the needs are, and the auditor doesn't know what the needs are, right?
No, that'd be correct.
And so when we start talking about responsibilities and the questions come about who's gonna run the utility, who's day-to-day running the utility, who's day-to-day seeing what problems are in the field,
Well, that
would you
person-
agree, let me finish the question, would you agree that those aren't clearly delineated at this point as to whose responsibilities those are?
I'm gonna answer that this way. It may not be understood whose responsibility that is, but I think they are Brian's.
Is it your
Maybe we
responsibility?
need to our responsibility might be to, make that more clear.
Would you agree your responsibility is to make sure that's more clear?
That's correct, yes, I agree with that.
And that not setting out plans and not following plans may be how we've got ourselves into the situation to begin with? Asset renewal and
Possibility,
leak-
I wouldn't take issue with that, no.
leaks have been in excess of 20% for at least 5-6 years, right?
Well, you got the same numbers I do, yes, so.
Okay. And then in terms of you're new on the job, and we've talked about you don't know what you don't know till you find out. How long have you been on the board?
7 or 7 or 8 months.
7 or 8 months. Have you been, strike that. In those number of months, how many discussions have you had with the board's attorney?
With our board attorney excluding Mr. Talley,
Yeah, excluding Mr. Talley, the
One.
board's ongoing
one.
legal counsel, one. And was it dealing with anything regarding the Public Service Commission?
No, sir, I don't even recall what it was. I just remember that I talked to Mr. Boyd one time about some issue that was going on, but I can't recall even what it was.
And so would you agree that as a general matter, that the water district is, well, no, it's a general matter, strike that. Would you agree that the water district is regulated by the Public Service Commission?
Yes,
And that to an extent it's regulated by the Division of Water?
yes,
And that it's under, and you know this from your previous position, it's under legal requirements under state law in terms of things like the Open Meetings and Open Records Act.
that's correct.
And you heard today that there was, that at least one of the board meetings last year was a special called meeting and there was no notice provided for it. Did you hear that testimony?
I heard that testimony, yes.
And so, when you discuss the possibility, I think your testimony is that a rate case was not needed at this point, that discussion included no conversation with any attorney that had any knowledge about the Public Service Commission, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And would you say before today that you misunderstood the implications of having water loss in excess of 15% as it relates to rate cases at the Public Service Commission?
Obviously, yes, Commissioner had straightened me out on my opinion and told me where I was mistaken, yes.
And you heard the conversation today, or the testimony today of Mr. Armstrong regarding the regulations that the water district was, that Mr. Armstrong was unaware of regarding the annual inspections of certain assets, such as valves, meter settings, things like that. So, given what you've heard today, do you have any indication of how you can rectify those shortcomings?
Well, I don't think there's any doubt that they're gonna be rectified in the very near future. If we didn't, what you know is what you know, or what you don't know is what you don't know, and I think we've all learned quite a bit here today in the testimony, and some of the shortcomings that came up are paperwork, and we can get that done immediately, and as far as inspecting those, we can get Mr. Bryan and instruct him to do that, or he probably don't have to be, he's probably left here knowing that he's gotta do it. So, I don't think there's any doubt that those will all be corrected.
But those are all things you've heard about, right?
Yeah, yes.
Those are all things that have been brought to your attention. What can you do as a board to ensure that continually somebody is keeping you apprised of what your requirements are?
Well, only answer I would know to that is that we'd have to make sure that we get the proper training, or people come by. Maybe Rural Water Association can meet with us on a regular basis, more regular, to update us on what the PSC requires. Or to inform us in the first place what they require. Maybe that's the answer.
And maybe it may be useful when you're talking about doing things in front of the Public Service Commission that you go out and get somebody who's a subject matter expert, like Mr. Talley.
Well, we got Mr. Talley because we needed to get somebody that, as you pointed out, an expert could help us. We didn't obviously couldn't have done any of this by ourselves.
Right, but this is case specific, right? This was only you're being reactive in hiring Mr. Talley for this matter, right?
Absolutely.
So do you think it may be necessary to be a little proactive moving forward in terms of the regulations and the legal requirements the board has?
Well, it's always best to be proactive.
I don't believe I have any more questions, Vice Chairman. Thank you.
Just one comment on Mr. Chandler's remarks regarding finding experts is the PSC has a pretty good staff that you can always call and ask if you have questions, and if they can't answer it, they may be able to direct you to someone that can, but seeing as how we're the regulators, I would think we have a pretty good idea along those lines.
I'm sure you do, probably the best idea. But I personally have been going through chapter 74. I pick up quite a bit out of there that we should be doing that we might not be. But on grounds of the Fifth Amendment, I'm not gonna mention all those. But
Mr. Talley,
No, no questions.
Ms. Kane,
No further questions, thank you.
Mr. Matthews?
I was gonna give him one more chance to say what he wanted to say when he was sitting back there.
no, thank you.
Well, then we're just gonna imagine what you were gonna say.
Thank you for letting us appear today and explain our shortcomings to you. That's what I was gonna say.
Well, I think it's an educational process that goes both ways. It's not a one-way flow. I think we learn a lot about the operations. Every operation is unique. There's the academic viewpoint of the utopia business, and then there's the reality of how people adapt and make things work within their organization because of a lot of variables, personalities, the condition of the asset. There's just so many variables that go into it. From the perspective of the commission, we've identified those water utilities that exceeded to a great degree the limit that we recognize as a national standard. And our goal is to try to reduce the water loss. We know there's an infrastructure crisis that isn't just a Kentucky crisis, it exists at a national level. We're just trying to be proactive. And if we understand your situation and you understand what we're trying to accomplish, I think it works for both parties, and we can try to improve the situation. And at some point in time, maybe 2 or 3 years down the road, you're taken off the underachiever list and put up there with a gold star next to your name for being one of those utilities that's less than 15%, and your reserve account has an extra $150,000 in it because water's not being poured down the drain.
Well, that's our goal, to meet or exceed that. I hope it doesn't take that long.
I hope it doesn't either, but infrastructure is one of those investments that doesn't require just a lot of money. It usually requires a lot of time, not just in identifying the problem, but actually putting the resources to repair. So we recognize that it's not an overnight fix, and we certainly don't want Band-Aids. We'd like a solution that's more permanent. May this witness be excused. You may step down. I would comment that when the order comes out, we'll address everyone's situation, and some on a unique basis, because not everything applies to every utility. Staff has done a good job of trying to tailor questions based on the responses received, and when the order is issued, the comments will try to be tailored to the testimony that's been received. There were some post-hearing data requests. I know that you have one. Did staff have?
The chairman requested the last 5 years of audits.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll do that.
So,
I just wanted to make a comment. Our newest board member's here, and I'd like him to testify just for 2 or 3 minutes, just to,
you'd like to call him?
yes, I'd like to call him, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Objection.
You don't object, Mr. Chairman?
I know, no.
No objection.
I won't have any questions, so
Okay.
I make that promise.
Would you raise your right hand? You swear or affirm that testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please be seated.
State your name, please,
Robert Hunt Gardenhire,
and spell your last name, please.
Gardenhire.
What is your address?
216 Boone Creek Estates, Frankfort, Kentucky.
Understand that you were just appointed as commissioner on July the 1st,
Correct.
and that's for a full 4-year term, or almost a full 4-year.
Correct.
And were you appointed or elected by the board or drafted by the board to be the secretary?
Yes.
Now, you made some remarks to me the other day about you did that on one condition. Can you elaborate about what that condition was about you becoming secretary of the board?
When the judge talked to me, I told him that I wasn't a secretary in my previous career. I don't take shorthand, and I needed somebody to do that. And he informed me that that would be fine, that they do that. So we did do that. When I came on board, we have hired, the part-time lady is now doing that. And I met with Jason today, so I'm gonna get templates and everything to go by.
Would you admit that the written record, the minutes, aren't as professional as they could be?
They're not what I will produce.
Good. What's your work background?
Retired from state government, retired in 2006.
What agency?
Department for Local Government.
What did the judge tell you when he appointed you or asked you to serve?
The main thing he wanted me to do was to work on transparency during the meetings, record keeping, and those items.
That's all. Anything else you want to tell the commission?
Ms. Kenny?
I have no questions, thank you.
Mr. Matthews?
Thank you.
I'm gonna ask a question.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
So he wanted you to work on transparency, and from what I gather, you are an organizer or a kind of an administrator type of guy that would probably do a good job of overseeing the implementation of an administration manual in the office. Would that sound like something that,
I certainly will not try and do these things by myself. I will be using the Rural Water District and PSC staff to try and learn all these items that I need so that I can comply strictly with your laws.
well, my comment had more to do with you overseeing the preparation of a administration manual that obviously you'd have to have office staff do, but with your guidance to put something together that actually would address some of the concerns that we've had when we talk about theft procedures or any other type of purchasing policy, those types of issues that were discussed here earlier in terms of
I want to make sure I'm clear, you're talking about one overall manual for the entire office? that
similar
covers
to
everything?
what Mr. Armstrong has to guide him in his function, and we've discussed here about, I'm not asking you to prepare it, I'm asking you with your background to oversee the completion of that to its end so that you know that it's been done.
Well, while I'm on this board, I will absolutely keep that as
goal?
my mission, one part of it. Certainly, that's not going to be my only mission.
I would agree with you. Mr. Tolles is kind of doing the outside area, and Mr. Tanner is kind of taking over the financial aspects, and under the secretary kind of falls more administrative functions, so that might be something that would work for you.
I will be doing it with a lot of help as far as resources.
Does anybody have any,
No further questions.
you may step down, Mr. Gardner.
Thank you.
Is there any other business or any motions? So we were at, oh,
Excuse me,
sure, go
Mr.
ahead.
Do you want to set a timeline for the post-hearing data requests?
That's
Okay,
what I'm gonna do right now.
okay.
So there's not very many. I think something should be out by July 9th. Does that sound reasonable?
I'm sorry, could you say
2 days
that?
ago.
Oh, I'm sorry, July 16th, sorry.
Good.
Well, we'd be way ahead of the game if we did that. July 16th is next Tuesday.
Yes, sir.
Is that, because I
That'll be
think we're only asking for,
Right, I think that we could probably, you know,
the sooner the better. But,
right, but that'd be a safe bet right there.
okay, and then Mr. Chandler, that works for you.
I'm not out tomorrow.
Okay, good. And I'm asking for responses back by July 23rd, and based on what's being requested, I would think that wouldn't be any type of issue whatsoever. Is there anything else? That being the case, then this hearing is adjourned.